Spacey shit.
And welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the second day of the Nurturing Summer Chance Bracket. We're almost near the end. I hope you're ready, because I know I am. Alright, we're one of your casters for the evening ravishing grabbers, the most ravishing man on the internet. Joined here by my side yet again by this absolute cutie,
oh my
Mr.
God.
Mark Swan. What's up, Marks?
You're making me blush over here, Ravish. I don't even know how to respond to that right now. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, you're welcome, sir. When you're with me, when you're here on Earth, you expect the unexpected. Except most of the results today that were very expected.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, first of all, hey, we're getting into the semifinals first up, and then we're going to be moving into the finals to declare a winner, but let's take a look at our bracket right now. That's right. We've got the Guard going up against Soar Gaming. That is going to be the match that we're covering here. But of course, we also have Knights Academy going up against Dark Zero on the other side of the bracket. So these are all best of threes. So whichever one of these teams wins out on our side, as well as that side, they're going to be advancing to our finals, which we're going to be covering in the second half of the cast tonight, Ravish.
You are 100% correct right now. And for our first match of the day, we'll have the Guard versus Soar. Now, we did not see either one of these teams go just all of yesterday, so we'll start things off hot. Of course, y'all know the Guard, bro. These guys are nuts. They've been on VCT for a hot minute. I have VALORANT and Saya player, Jonah P, Net, and Trent. Like, yeah, these guys are pretty good at the game. On the other end, though, Soar themselves aren't too much of slackers, with Vic, Bone, Physic, Randy Savage, and even Empathy as well. Add a P in there, you get some feelings on that.
You know, you're definitely not wrong on that front. Yeah, Soar Gaming, they've 100% been running through the Summer Champs quite often, and we've seen their names mostly make it pretty far into the tournament as well. But now the fact that they're coming up against the Guard, and obviously, you know, everyone knows the Guard at this point, I think they've got a lot to prove. So once again, this could be a pretty good opportunity for Soar Gaming to really bust out all the, you know, hot level strategies and stuff like that to try and foil the Guard, and honestly make a name for themselves as well. Hey, if you win out against the Guard, it's gonna look pretty good moving forwards in the future. But of course, we do have our map picks and bans for this first match, and just taking a look at this, map number 1, well, we're going to be headed to Icebox, and that's going to be the Guard's pick. And then map number 2 is Soar Gaming taking us to Haven. And if that map 3 decider does come out, then we're going to be headed to Ascent. So very similar map pools to what we've seen previously, Ravish. But you know what? There's a reason why. And that's because everybody loves these maps.
Wow. Shocker. We're seeing the 3 same maps that we saw yesterday, except in a slightly different order. But we've been here before. This is what we see all the time, and I imagine we'll see more than that. I'm just happy we're not seeing Bind. To be fair, at this point I might take Breeze over Ascent, and I despise this, and I despise Breeze more often than about playing it in general. Like, Breeze is unfun, but either way, you know, teams know what to get at. They just want to run through some of the same strats we've seen out of them before. And I think for the Guard, as of this point, right, they gotta prove to everybody else out there, like, oh, we ain't no chumps, and usually not, right? So they're kind of just breezing through this entire bracket. It is kind of funny though, you know, that they have actually dropped a couple of games in between. Going through the entire bracket, it's been like 2-1s all the way through. But it's because their opponents have also had some pretty nuts performances in general. So we'll see Soar Gaming can also take us all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that it's a pretty tall order for Soar Gaming to kind of come out on top of this one, but we're not going to say anything. We're not going to cast or curse anything. We're not going to, you know, send out any bad energy or voodoo out into the world. So I think that it's going to be tough for Soar Gaming. They might be able to do it, but let's see how this does play out, because I think that the Guard lately, they've been practicing quite a bit more. They're getting themselves ready for LCQ, which means that they're going to have quite a few strategies. And on top of that too, starting things out with Icebox, the Guard have been extremely good at Icebox. That makes me a little bit worried for Soar. Soar also pretty good on Icebox as well, but I think just in difference of levels of experience, we're going to see really whether or not that's going to hold up. So, like I said, we're now going to be loading in, and honestly, I'm curious to see what type of compositions these teams are going to be bringing out. Lately, we've been seeing that no duelist composition actually become a lot more viable on Icebox, and I'm genuinely curious, are we going to get some of that on this round?
I mean, it's a real big question, right? Because like you were saying, we have a lot of VOD footage of the Guard too, where these guys are really nuts on it too. They're probably gonna run a pretty standard composition. This isn't too far with the actual original. I see the hover of Neon on Empathy. Damn it! I was so excited because I've been seeing a lot of Neon just in general recently, with teams kind of trialing her on different maps, and she's extremely fun agent, but I think we'll be seeing more of the standard, naturally so. Double initiator likely on both sides, with the addition of either a different sentinel, that being the Sage. If they have both the Sage and also along with the Vipers, well, they'll have a lot of control here. No duelist Icebox, which is something that we're not unused to, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do actually raise a really interesting point with the Neon. I don't think that Neon on Icebox specifically is necessarily the pick, but we have started to see some teams start to pick the Neon on other maps as well. But you really have to play around that Neon. You really have to make sure that the team is on the same page in order to make that Neon very viable and just kind of run away with things here. So, of course, like you said, we might not see that duelist come out from the Guard, but honestly, I think that they're going to be definitely fine with that. I'm going to be watching Seiya players specifically because we know that this guy can hit his shots, and especially too playing that Chamber, so effective on Icebox. So I think that we're going to be probably seeing some pretty darn good Chamber play coming up.
Exactly that. Now, say a player, if you guys don't know, used to also play Overwatch as well, and he was nuts in Overwatch. Oh, yeah. So, not surprised how well he's translated over. I only say that because, yo, I'll tell you a secret. I used to like that game a lot, but now friendship over with it.
Wow.
Now my new friends are VALORANT and nothing but.
I mean, you don't have to just cut all your old friends to make new ones, Verby.
Yes, I do. This is so, I can only remember like 7 names, bro. All right, it's
oh boy.
I have the memory of an old like iPod Nano. All right, so there's not much going on here. I remember how to walk, breathe, and 4 names at this point.
Hey, you know what? That's enough to keep you moving, and that's going to be important. But just kind of focusing back in on these compositions and what are going to be some viable strategies. We are seeing the Viper and Sage get picked on both of these teams, which to me, that means that there's going to be a lot to do with space control. Obviously, that Viper as well, really good at just cutting off sight lines. But when you have a Sage, you know, just toss out a barrier orb that more or less will secure a plant, but can also just secure a lot of different areas. We see that wall being tossed down on tube, or honestly to cut off mid every now and then. So I think that that's going to be really good for helping control the space. I'm just going to be curious to see how the Guard are going to play around that, because one of the reasons why you bring a Jet is that, you know, Jet can go up and Jet can go forward, and that can go right over walls. It's great.
Up and forward are 2 really good motions to have in Valorant.
Yeah.
DC raise.
Maybe you should add those to your vocabulary and what you can do, Ravish.
Don't make fun of me. It's not nice.
Hey, man.
Like you were saying, look, bro, the Guard is one thing about them too, which I find if teams have adapted them well as well, just to kind of pick on them a little bit, where you know they have many different types of set plays that can be sort of adapted around it. And if you're able to match them in gun duels, then things do get a lot easier for you, because they are some of the most confident players.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to just taking a 1v1s or 2v2s. And it's a reason why this young talent has thrived so. But see right now, Apathy moving up to actually match them, but sadly gets timinged, and Trent manages to take 2 right off the rip.
And this should be a pretty easy A site take. We see this wall come up yesterday from the Viper to try and deny the space, but the Guard are just going to be able to take their time, get themselves set up. It's going to allow, though, for Soar to have their rotations come through as well.
Being 2 down right away, and the pistol's a little bit tougher, and they're just trying to hold them off of the site for now. The wall is not up from Vic, but once it does, they could probably use it to try to move in. Interestingly enough, they're using the zip line to scope around for info as Randy Savage gets spotted. They're waiting for them to see if they get flanked, and it's just Vic left alive once again. The sole survivor will have to watch as the spike gets planted on B.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's much that Vic is going to be able to pull off here. Say is just watching outside. So as soon as Vic kind of comes through here, it's going to be a pretty easy pick. And yeah, flawless round coming out from the Guard to kick things off there. I do think that the aggressive push from Soar, Apathy just kind of going in there, well, I mean, obviously it didn't work out for them, but then, yeah, it just gave so much room up to the Guard to allow them to move forwards. Right now, Soar, using that Viper's Wall was a really good tool to try and slow the pace down, allowed for that rotations, but also, too, the Guard just outfragged them, so it's a little bit more difficult to kind of deal with things. Now, we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a buy-up coming in from the Guard here. We're going to have a Bulldog, a couple Spectres, a Marshal. Meanwhile, Soar, they're just going to be sticking to a hard save. This time, though, all 5 members on that B site. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of a brawl here, Ravish.
Just a tad bit. I think you're a little bit understating it. But hey, it's going to matter about who peeks first. And I don't think the Guard are the ones to do that. The wall is currently up, though, so they do... Well, sorry, not up, I meant to say, but they do have the opportunity to try to move in, but they'll have to do so very carefully. They'll probably try to expend both flashes to just clear out that green space alongside the Cubbies. And this is interesting. They're taking the time. They're expecting Soar to move into them because they know that it's their bonus. So they're expecting them to just be hyper aggressive, considering there's not a ton to lose, but everything to gain themselves right now. Eventually, though, the Guard sorry. So the Guard. Let's see, wean off. You know what? I want to say the Guard and Soar, and I was like, the Guard. Cool. But either way, so 3 stacked. Right side.
Hey, here comes the push. I think they should be able to take out the people from yellow. That shouldn't be too difficult. A little bit of a trade coming through here, but that's going to be the spike being able to get down. And yeah, Soar only have 1 person left. Bones coming around, but say a player just seals the nail on the coffin with that Marshal. Honestly, good patience coming out from the Guard. I think that was mostly attributable to the fact that they just had better weapons there, because the classics can only do so much. Even if you do kind of stack your members up, you can only get away with so much. And yeah, like, look at this. They just kind of run things down, and it kind of works out for them. They did lose Trent, but all things considered, not a bad round. Able to get the spike down, get a bunch of kills. This is going to be a pretty good bonus coming in from the Guard. But now, Soar, they have their rifles. If they're smart, they're going to start to play things a little bit more long range, see if they can catch the Guard off guard, and then hopefully just start to swing the numbers advantage into their favor. The Guard, very patient though, thus far. And I imagine that we're going to see that pace continue forwards, as Randy Savage might be the first person to take a little bit of a peek. Spots out a couple.
Just a couple, and managed to get 1 on top of that as well, so solid pick on top of that. He's repositioned. And now with this, the Guard finally, after 2 rounds in, playing with a bit of a man disadvantage, but I don't think that necessarily thwart them as Vic is taken down, so that means no cover for themselves either. Soar will have to play a lot more carefully. The Sage was still definitely available, but will not stop the plan, but it should give an opportunity to deny extra sight lines. The Guard might be looking at, especially right towards mid, as you see a lot more action going down. Physic there, gets spotted with a knife, and Randy Savage moving into set the triple peek, but yellow's still wide open. Interesting enough, but Apathy's also managed to move all the way through and forcing all of the Guard right back towards green near the entrance. Apathy takes 2 just so easily, and they all get denied.
Yeah, and honestly, great job from Physic being able to just kind of peek around yellow, pick 1, pick 2, pick 3. All easy from there. I like the Guard strategy. They just put the spike down, backed up a little bit, just wanted to play off the utility, especially too as they do have a Sova as well as that Viper, even the KO, honestly. So good strategy, especially too for a bonus round, and well, that's a good round coming out from Soar. But now this is when the Guard are going to be able to buy things up, and unfortunately Soar didn't get away flawlessly that last round, meaning their economy is going to start to get a little bit more stretched. We see Vic coming in with this Spectre. And this is kind of a problem for how Soar are playing. They set up that Viper's Wall onto A, but Vic has to stay alive to activate that, and Vic all the way onto B. You know, it could get overrun pretty quickly, and then as a result, a pretty quick rotation could really catch the A defenders off guard. But the Guard are starting this one down already. Let's see how they want to play this out, as already a lot of space being taken by Source Chamber.
And Stuff also losing stale players so early on in the round as well, because you know that he's been the one to actually make a lot of the early picks happen. Although Trent's been good on the response, speaking of which, you should find the early contact right on Empathy takes him out. That's for getting taken to last round, but not expecting Bones to be there. An unfortunate trade, but still, that 3 against 4 will work out. But Valen and Net move in as 2. Now through this, they should secure the plant with a wall.
That's going to be 2v3 onto this retake. Randy Savage evens that one out. Never mind, makes it only one person left here. 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
1v1. With Net out of the side, should have an inkling as to where Randy Savage is. He might have heard of the stumps going up top onto the nest, but through this has the angle, and it's a clutch for Net.
Yeah, that was a good play there. I like the idea of just being able to go up there and honestly hang out beside the bomb. That way you have a much better angle of things. Honestly, that was a pretty good round coming out of Sword. They were very effective in the trades, and nobody was checking the flank for the Guard, which just allowed Randy Savage to just kind of come in from behind and get a couple of picks without really getting uncontested. But unfortunately, because Sword lost that round, their economy's not looking the best, so we're going to be seeing a Marshal come in as well as that Sheriff, but the Guard are still feeling nice and strong, despite the fact that quite a few of them did lose their lives the last round. I imagine that the Guard are going to start to increase the pace a little bit, especially as they have that null command online. It's going to be a very good initiation tool to just clear out A.
And for more of a fast take though, but with the wall denying the sidelines right off the beginning, trying to enter either spend about half the utility to clear it out most of the site. But through this though, the fact that Bones even manages to get one on its own is quite impressive. But just leave him all the way stuck by themselves in no man's land. Unfortunate, but a trade worthwhile at least. I give the Guard a much easier time of looking to hold this down. They're playing close up, they're interesting enough with the angles. And Empathy will take advantage of that. Jota P thought he might have had the advantage, but at this point in time, with them moving in,
no
guns out of their
way.
favor. Empathy lines up too, making 1v1 once again a sail player. No, it's right around the corner. The dash is expanded. Knives gets put out, and he repositions all the way towards the back. The angle, he saw it. He knew it. This man is Raven, bro.
Oh my goodness me! Wow, okay, Empathy. Love to see a little bit of a classy play, especially towards the end. That was a thrifty round for Soar. And honestly, Empathy just kind of came in and was like, well, this is why you bring a jet to Icebox. Let me remind you why. That was absolutely clean. Obviously, the lineup really did help that as well, but, you know, you just can't teach that right there. Just an easy headshot. Empathy getting a 4K to close that round out. Good job from Soar being able to bring it back. This time we're seeing the Guard come back onto a save. But you know what? I gotta correct myself because I was really questioning that Viper wall onto the A side, but I understand why you want to run it. Right now, the Guard are having such a difficult time even just making their way through that, and so it's really just anchoring down that A site, funneling them in either very slowly or losing a couple members in order to get onto the A site completely. So I think that's a really smart play by Soar. And this time around, we're going to be seeing the Guard. They're going to slow things down quite a bit here. Soar, more than happy to take that time as well. They do have a little bit of a weaker defense on that A site. The Guard look like they're moving in on B, as Seiya player does have this tour de force in his hands.
Waiting to see if any of Soar decide to peek and right past yellow. It was nice cover, but it only allows them to move past the potential threat of Randy Savage. They might decide to get a little bit lucky on anybody close by. They've caught all noise, but they have to know as soon as the shots are fired, Randy should be able to see as he gets tagged. But he's brave enough to stay. He wants a little shot trade for one. The sail player goes down from Vic. He catches him first on the angle, looks down, and only lands a couple of body shots, unfortunately. This gives him space to move back in. And now because it's 2v1, Vic has to move away. He's gonna be a lot more careful on where he takes these battles, and he chooses the right one. Trent is gone, and Empathy with Bones destroy the guard going past yellow. They didn't have a chance to look at the site.
Yeah, honestly, Bones has been doing a really good job of just kind of being a thorn in the side of the guard. Just always kind of in the right place at the right time, you know, using that barrier orb as well, and slow orbs to really just force a bunch of positioning. But I'm gonna be honest, Ravish, the guard look like they're struggling in being able to move things forwards. Unfortunately, we've seen more or less, say, a player just kind of hitting the dirt as soon as the round starts, and then it just looks like the guard are not too sure where they really want to go. And SOAR are more than happy to capitalize on that and just kind of move in for all of the kills. Now, Empathy's holding a very close angle. This time around, the guard are going to be looking at A, but already Valen is down. Bones, once again, is coming on to the kill feed. This Battle Sage is activated.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they're actually playing off of the same yellow angle they had before, right towards B, right? So they were expecting that perhaps he might have decided to look around and maybe try to catch off one, but it's punished twice in a row now. Although unfortunate, but the guard have come back from the situation before about 2 rounds ago as well. Even though they're just down one, but it's the same sort of bunches that we had before on the A site. We'll likely see a couple different pieces of utility expended to push and clear back of the site, but knowing SOAR, they're not moving anywhere at all. It's Heartless Fury, but they find Sail Player. Oh, that's actually such a good pick. The final take of the Heartless Fury to tag them a bit more. But with that all gone, the guard need to find something if they are to be able to plant the spike. And as of right now, 38 seconds left to go. Even inside Viper's Jello, it managed to locate all the members of SOAR, but it's still 5v3. Good Sim could say the res was well worth it. All of them just so low. But the fact is, they're staying alive, Marks.
Yeah, this is so hard for the guard to be able to comfortably move in and try and look for the Viper there. They know that Empathy is up top still with that operator, but they do have their own Viper Spit. Oh no, but Randy Savage is kind of popping up. The Viper Spit goes up and the Viper Spit goes down. Vic is going to find Trent to close out the round. It just went into absolute chaos, and I'm going to be honest, that was a really good Viper's Pit coming out from Vic. Usually you see a Viper pop the pit right off the bat as soon as you kind of know that the team is going to be coming in, but with how the guard have been playing, just kind of taking their time before they do move in on site, I think that was a good job from Vic. It's basically the ultimate equivalent of trigger discipline. Like, oh, hold on a second. Let's not do this just quite yet. Wait for them to move in. Okay, we know it's going to be an A-side hit. They have to commit to it just based on the time alone. Let's pop the pit, make this so much more difficult for them. So a really good read from SOAR coming in. As they've now taken the lead, it's 4-3 Ravish, and the guard are back onto their pistols.
This is so interesting too. Just the fact that the beginning of the game, the guard going off to early lead, but you mentioned before, the guard have a lot of different the guard have a lot of set plays, which teams have been able to adapt around pretty decently. And I find this is one of those things where SOAR have decided and know that, okay, they've done their homework. We know how the guard likes to play Icebox. Let's meet them head on. And the punishes have been, I don't want to say brutal, but well done.
Trent barely dodging that bullet there. Empathy has been so good with that operator. Now Randy Savage on yellow.
Okay, he finally gets punished for being a bit too greedy. He should have played relocate right at the beginning. And on a save, mind you, like you were saying before, Marks, the guard finally manages to catch the first 2 picks. But the round is not over yet. That's really good knife, Sparta physics, and deny any more information that could be had, but they should know they're more than likely right past yellow. With the null command put out, no what TP is being had, but they managed to relocate at the last couple of seconds. A beautiful shot from Nick. Look at him, he sees him on both different corners, but he's up against Tuna Thrifty. It's a Val and clutch it.
Oh my goodness. It seems like there's a little bit of a history repeating itself with when Sora playing one of their members just around that yellow box, has a Vandal in hand, able to just click a couple of heads. It was looking like Sora were going to be able to take that one home. But the guard do come out on top of it. That was a thrifty round coming out from them, so they're going to be matching Sora in the number of thrifty rounds thus far. This time, though, bringing the full arsenal out here, going head to head. But like you said, Ravish, I have a feeling that Sora have really done their homework in preparation for this match, because it seems like they have a good finger on the pulse of how the guard have been playing things and doing good stuff to counter. And it also really does help when Empathy is able to just find somebody right off the bat and walk away more or less unpunished. And also too, Vic has just been doing an amazing job of taking players out as well. You know, keeping that Viper alive is pretty difficult for defending teams sometimes, but I think Vic has been doing a wonderful job for Sora thus far.
And finally, we see the guard play a bit more default. Usually they've been stacked, usually almost as 4 as 5, trying to play together to push these rounds. And finally, as the play more split, it's a lot slower of a round. They managed to take just the smallest bit of inches outside of B. They're still expecting Chamber to be playing around B, but the jump peak some more. Alongside the drone, they see that it's almost completely empty. Besides Vic managed to be there. And through that, it's a safe plant, but they were playing offside before the Hunter's Fury being there. And they don't deny it just yet, but they only managed to delay, but Sailplayer gets caught. Oh no, okay, that's tragic, but at least get the spike down.
And we're probably going to see the guard play back at their spawn again, but they need to have control of yellow. Consistently, Sora have gotten so much value by just putting their members around yellow and then just taking them out because they know that they play so far back there. Let's see how this goes this time, though. VALORANT is going to be holding it closer. That could deter the Sora.
But VALORANT actually gets pushed out with snake bite, so he has to hold a little peak angle with Vic manages to push, but on the other side, there's 2 more drone fights going on, and it's green across the board right now, which is 3v1, a Joe and a P outside of the wall, the same walls he's seen so consistently, but he cannot use it to deny the plant. He's stuck.
Oh, man.
No way.
Oh. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's just how Sora are playing their retake, understanding where the guard like to play their post-plant positioning. They're setting up so many members to just watch around that little angle there, using the verticality that Icebox kind of gives you in order to just make sure that they're not going to just be able to, you know, get a trade or something like that. They want to be able to find those picks and capitalize off of them. Like I said, the guard don't have good yellow control, which allows somebody to move over there as well, and that's kind of that crossfire that gets set up. Sora are able to take the long sight lines from up top, and then on top of that too, send someone around yellow, put the pressure on, and so the guard are honestly scared to even push out to try and contest the spike defuse. And once again, because they're bringing a Sage to the table as well, as soon as that barrier orb comes up, it's so much more difficult. You got to rely on your lineups, and unfortunately, that's just not going to work out if you have somebody pushing all of your members back into that little spot on B site. So, honestly, good job from Sora so far. They're doing a really good job of reading the guard's post plant and then countering it.
Well, stuff like you were saying. And it's interesting because notoriously the guard are known for calling very early attack timeouts. Right? It's usually we see them around round 2, round 3, but the fact that they won them, I thought they were pretty comfortable. So I'm glad that we've seen them adapt as a team and evolve so far.
You want to play? Let's
One big
play.
note to be had is what we just heard the sound cue. Player now has his 2 at the force. I would use the first bullet to just try to force back Physic. It's tough. But still from this, they managed to gain a lot of ground here down mid. And VALORANT's not pushing in the kitchen. As flash out, sees but gets spotted and forces Physic back again. Not aware of this, but will instead just move back away himself, giving with the ground he just gained.
The guard are just playing things super slow right now. Empathy is going to be the one who's moving things forwards. If Empathy finds some information, that could be really telling for Sora that the guard are planning on attacking this A site. I think the fact that it's been so quiet is starting to give Sora a heads up that this is going to be an A-side hit, and Epathy is going to be seeing Jonah P turn the corner.
Look how far up they are as well. The dash is all reactivated. They are anticipating that they should be there. The knife alongside the dart sots them, and Vic gets taken out so quickly. That's a good swing from Net, but now they all move towards mid, and Physic is ready to 1-for-1, but that'll be all she wrote. Slogo putting it down to a 4v3 situation, and B seems to be the take, because look at this. Net. It's so far up. He's made his way into kitchen. He's cooking with them wrists, but he hasn't found any dishes to make just yet.
Randy Savage able to find Jonah P is pretty good here, but they have to deal with Net first.
Haven't found him though. Randy Savage mad low. They have to be really careful on where he decides. You're firing the bad edge, but Epathy there for the cover at least. In the same position that we saw previously for the guard where they're holding, but look how far up Net is again. Waiting for one to peek out, the wall gets dropped, he finds two. Well done for the guard to make things even.
Yeah, hey, this is why you take those stack timeouts. You get to figure things out, be like, aha, this is what's working and this is what's not. Physic, honestly, could have come up huge there, but it is so important for Jonah P to have found that pick in order to make that rotation happen, because you could see the guard were putting that pressure onto the A site. It was such a good read coming out from VALORANT to be able to throw out the null point, the 0 point, to catch Epathy to push him back as well. And at that point, you know, the guard were like, wait a second, he's over here with an operator. Let's go B, because Net has gotten so much space. And that's such an effective flank that just, we got to see him come through. Epathy, gonna bust out the knives early here, as it is gonna be a little bit more of a save round coming out from SOAR. Their economy is not as strong as it used to be. They mostly do have rifles across the board, but Epathy gonna rely on the Blade Storm.
Toxins going up, poisons off.
And with the force tech all towards A, look at how far.
What?
We see the swordsman able to move up. Wait, how did they die? They were just right past the wall, maybe as it went up. Even Valen is gone. Jonah P managed to get one, but one only. He has the res up, and he's gonna have to use it. There we go. He uses it on Net, but look at this. They do have an opportunity to maybe get Valen back, but the wall needs to be expanded, and there we go. Right in time, the robot gets to live again. But for how much longer is the real question. He gets a little reboot, but Trent dies through all of that. Even the flashes won't work. The guard didn't get out, but the spike is still taken down. So the Soul might be able to take it back pretty easily. Inside the Viper pit once again, and Jonah P gets another. He's saving this round. He's doing the most right now for the guard, and right now seems to be just enough. SOAR are running out of time. You gotta remember, it's only 5v5. They're gonna make it 6. Jonah P moves all the way around. Vic ready with a swing. And so Randy Savage can secure the hit.
Yeah, okay. I'm team SOAR Viper Wall. I think that it's been doing wonders. You could just tell how scared the guard are to move in on that A site, and that's just doing wonders to allow SOAR to come out there and just make sure that they can deny things as much as they can. You saw for a second their Net threw up the Viper's pit, and it was looking a lot more winnable as they were thinking about like, okay, well, this is going to be a lot more difficult. We have this operator that's not going to be as effective anymore. What do we do around here? And well, SOAR just kind of went in there, you know, luck of the draw, a little bit of timing. We're able to take out the Viper because Net was not playing inside of the pit, and then it was just all up to Jonah P to win that one out. Such an expensive round for the guard. This time around, SOAR are going to have the ultimate advantage. Already the tour de force is going to be online. That Viper's pit is still going to be pretty scary and is going to do a really good job of denying any presence if the guard do run onto that B.
I want to say quick note as well, the way the guard right now have been playing around the util of both initiators has been really nice too, especially when it comes to taking early space.
Oh, timing.
Stay up player. No. Well, that's pretty much about that.
Yeah.
But hey, look at all these green. You would think it was the opposite of my wallet. No, Sage's ponytail. Damn. That's just been too, I want to just say, unfortunate pickoffs that the guard have had. And after do this, they're stuck in such a tough position. Good on Valen for getting one, but I don't know how much more they can get. And now it's on Trent. He gets a tag on a physic, but I don't think he knows Randy Savage there. Yep,
Yeah. Randy Savage just kind of snaking around. Pulls out an RKO out of nowhere. At least it definitely felt like it if you were the guard. just had that tour de force in hand, able to find a couple of picks just when they were not expecting it at all. Randy Savage doing a really good job of shutting down the momentum, and that was just so hard for the guard to be able to make it in. That spike was still in mid, it fell down, and everything just started to fall apart. So 7-5 in the half, Soar in the lead thus far. Let's see how this one shakes out, though. It's not over just quite yet. The guard only 2 rounds behind. This is still definitely a winnable scenario for them. And who knows, maybe they're a more defensive team. I mean, based on how their utility kind of works, I would imagine that is going to be the case. But, you know, I'm pretty impressed with Soar thus far.
I agree with you. In fact, I would say I concur. Considering...
Using your fancy words now, huh?
I know, 7 letters.
Indubitably.
Yeah. Baba-booey. Either way.
That counts.
The other position that we saw before from Soar as well, but the mid stack is what could be a game changer, as it allows them to really push up. But Chamber's trademark is also they're watching the flank, which makes it just that much tougher to. Speaking of Chamber, Randy Savage is still inching himself towards A, seeing if any of the guard push towards them. Slow play for now.
Yeah, this is a very common thing that we see from teams. They more or less just say, hey, Chamber, you're actually going to be Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, and you're going to go on a deep flank behind enemy lines, see if you can get some space or some picks. Also, too, if they get the spike down, it's going to be great for the flank as well. And look at that. The spike is going to be down now. Barrier orb activated. It's going to be 4v5 on this retake for the guard.
And now it comes in as to how the Sword decide to take things back. Oh, what a beautiful dart. And now the Sword with all this info, all they gotta do is just peek and nice shot from Empathy. He's brave enough to take things back. But Trent in 1v3 though, he has to isolate all of them, but he don't know, they're all beside him. Sora, get the first.
Yeah, Sora looking very clean with that. You know, they just kind of hopped in there, and once again, Randy Savage so deep on the flank, able to just catch, say, a player off guard. And I think that level of pressure just made that so much more difficult for the guard. They got to be looking forwards. Uh-oh, there might be a Chamber behind us who's just ready to shoot our backs. I don't like that. Okay, now we have to watch behind us as well. And unfortunately, they aren't going to have mirrors in front of their face. They can't see what's behind them. So they have to commit resources, have to be aware of what's going on behind them. And that made it so much more difficult for the guard to be able to execute a clean retake. Great stuff coming out of Soar. We're seeing them buy up now. They will have these Spectres in hand as the guard are on this save. Still though, the guard really good with pistols, so they could potentially clutch this one up, and that would be pretty damaging for Soar's economy as we move forward. But so far, Soar just kind of taking their time. They know the guard are starting to get a little bit antsy with it, and are probably hoping to capitalize on it.
I mean, you're right. But the fact that side player actually just peek out through mid. Oh, he got tagged. Okay, and he has to expend the TP, the rendezvous, to get out of there. But all that space, that was a potential. And normally pickoffs for the guard does mean that they're inching towards a 5v5 retake. And on Sora's bonus, I don't think it's a situation that you want to be in because they can so easily hold off site. And the gun diff will just be abundant as the push now looks to come in. The dart doesn't spot anybody, but at least with the snake bite, they should be able to delay the neutral plant spot. The wall goes down, and they force all the guard back. Oh, Randy Savage gets 2, and right from there, they try to return fire, but it becomes a 1v3 once again. It's just Trent left alive with a classic. Now, Trent, what you gonna do here, man? You try to get one? I'm hoping you try to get one at least. And sees him. Okay, he gets Empathy. With just 2 left, he gets a Spectre. That's big. It spots them all. He sees towards them, but yo, if he just had a better gun.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of an arms race difference coming in here, but of course, you know, that was going to be a pretty easy round for Soar given that they had that gun difference, but still, honestly, pretty good stuff coming out of the guard, able to make those pistols work, put a little bit more damage onto Soar's economy. Man, if those dual shock bolts came through and got a couple of picks, that would have been amazing. Honestly, it was really close. Both of the two remaining members on Sword were extremely low HP, so it was possible there, but unfortunately just kind of slips away. And just like that, it's going to be 9-5 now. The Guard are going to have good weapons coming into this next battle, but Sor are a little bit bonusy. They invested kind of half. Those members who died did buy up rifles, so this is going to make things a little bit easier for them to try and walk in onto the Guard's defense, as we're seeing walls on walls on walls for the Guard on their defensive setup on A.
Speaking of walls right now, they're almost like the ones that are built up in my heart
Wow.
to let nobody in.
Apathy sees that, right?
Oh, but
No. Okay.
yeah. Hey.
The ponytail was flying around, you know?
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, Jonathan decides, brother, you were not going to get past my walls either. Just look at him. He got his emotions on lockdown.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Side
though,
flash. But it doesn't matter because you know why? It got to the pick. So it makes it 1-1 by the end of it.
All right, well, the spike is coming here onto this A site, and with the pick onto Jonah P, that's really going to open things up for Sor. Unfortunately, the Viper's wall is going to be down. Oh, just enough room. Bones maybe has an inch, but that's going to be the spike down. 3v4 on this retake. See what the Guard can do.
No real ultimates to be had either from this, so it'll come down to just hero peaks and playing off of the limited utility they have left. Trying to bait some out early on. Oh, but Trent goes down as he's peeking through next. You see them all up there. And up against 4 members who can just play 2v2 against one another. It's like that. It makes it that much harder. Net knows at this point, it's going to have to be safe flex.
Yeah, and honestly, Sor, well, actually, specifically, Randy Savage really just made that post plant almost near impossible for the Guard to be able to retake the site. And this is the thing too, because, you know, you're thinking like, oh, they're playing back a site, you know, we can just send a couple of members to flank around there. But the thing is Chamber can get information if you are flanking, right? Has those traps ready to go. Oh no. Okay, we get to see Empathy fall one more time. But it denies any information from coming through. And really, if any of these people are going to be flanking, hey, the team's going to know and they can just spin around and make sure to take you out as well. So the Guard are having a pretty difficult time. I don't necessarily know how they can do this, especially too with some of these longer range operators just kind of popping off here. They need to start to use their utility a little bit differently. See how they might be able to smoke things out. Obviously, you know, you talk about the post plant utility, the lineups, oh, we hate these. But at the same time, if you can at least deny sight of what's going on, that could be a lot better. The problem is how do you do that after your Viper has already put the wall down as well as the orb? And I think that's the spot that the Guard are kind of getting themselves stuck into. Unfortunately, their defensive Viper's wall is not good for post plants, especially on that A site. It's just not good enough in order to make sure that they deny anything. And so this is why this has been so difficult for the Guard. And now Sor are 5 rounds ahead of them. The Guard's economy broken yet again. Once again, Ravish, this is the Guard's map pick.
And next up, we got Haven. Y'all gotta remember, Sor loves Haven. Very good on Haven.
Haven's fun.
Yeah, Guard not too bad either.
Of course.
But that could become much more a battleground. I shot by Nat, only person with a hero rifle in this round. But there are knives on Sor as well. They did take some bleed damage. But Apathy should be fine going into the next peak they decide to take. As the Guard once again 4-stacked up, inching themselves towards A.
And it looks like Sor are kind of taking a page out of the Guard's book. Play things slow, force out the Viper's wall, wait for it to run out, and then start to move around. I'm curious though if the Guard are going to send their reinforcements early, especially with seeing Empathy come through.
So to wait to see if they try to go for the same wall. Oh! One of people was not ready for him to peek out like that, and honestly, I would not be either. When you think that they're going for the plant like that, waiting for the rest of the team to come in.
Good information.
But that's all it could be. The info was nice, but the question has to be is how you decide to peek into this. And And for right now, Net managed to get 2, but they're still up against 3. And they have almost all their angles covered unless they look to drop down.
Okay.
And now through this, Trent and Sile player on one end, taking 2 out. Trent up top, he don't know if he's there. Oh, he see his 20, so he said, what up, cut? You do you.
Wow. Okay. I thought that the guard were going to win that one. They had the numbers advantage towards the end there. And especially with how they've been landing those headshots with those pistols, it should have been good. But you know what? You know how sometimes duelists also like to really play Sage often? I'm wondering if that's the case for Bones, because Bones is just roaming around the site as soon as the spike goes down. And I think this is why it's catching the guard off guard. Oh man, I gotta stop saying that. But the fact of the matter is, Bones, you don't know where Bones is gonna be as soon as that spike goes down. Usually you would expect the Sage to play a little bit further back, toss out those slow orbs, but no, Bones is just kind of walking around, has that Vandal in hand, and is able to get a couple of picks because, you know, the guard are just not expecting it. So good stuff coming out from Sora. This time around, they're putting a lot of pressure on Kitchen. Wonder how the guard are going to be able to deal with this one. Randy Savage might catch Trent off guard. Oh, and Trent reverses. That's going to be very important as Net opens it up with the first pick on Apathy, finding Randy Savage as well.
Net does it again, getting 2 to start off the round. Other options as well for you, Marks, are catching them off by surprise. Right? Shock, bewilderment, even. They were taken aback by what's happening. All good options.
Yeah, one wouldn't even say hoodwinked.
I like that. Ooh. And you know what? My favorite, bumfuzzled.
That's a pretty good one.
Finally, though, we'll see Bones actually manage to get the res off too as they get to control. No more peaks to be had there, but at least through this, Sora managed to circumvent their way all the way around the entire site. Spike still has not gone down. They're still hunting for the guard, interestingly enough. And hunt they will, and they find their prey. The 2 that was kind of roaming around Kitchen is now all up to Net, as he has just no help with him. No help also means that he only get 3 by the end.
Spike is going to go down. Seiya player, last person alive. I wonder if Seiya's going to try and save this operator, but who else but Bones? Coming in from around the corner. Able to catch so many people off guard. They're just never expecting Bones. I don't know what to say. Bones is just everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's terrifying.
This is a top star right now for the guard, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
And we at match point. Soul are doing an insane job of essentially denying everything the guard want.
Yeah.
All their pushes have been essentially run to the ground. Half the time they're looking to set for post plants, completely red. And now with this, the early positioning around A also scoped out.
It's gonna be tough. It feels like Sora are all over the map all the time. They're doing such a good job of controlling things, and the guard are just kind of funneling themselves over and over again. Seiya player though, finding Apathy, that's a really good start. Apathy has been so instrumental in Sora's attacks, in being able to just seize a lot of the site space.
Mm-hmm. Even with Apathy down though, we have seen already Savage and Bones really step up to the plate. But that's been after they've also planted a spike as well.
And now the information is known, at least that the Viper and Sage are here. They did get caught by the knife earlier. But it looks like Sora do want to stick this. They do have the Hunter's Fury if they do decide to use it, but so many members of the guard are lined up here, and now they have to commit because the time is running out, Ravish.
Exactly 4. And with 2 moving around through mid, they did get the tag on them either, so they decided to give a bit more of the space. No more shallow control to be had, but
what?
The timing was perfect as Trent and Val look to move back. Vic sees the angle right by Spawn. Ready Savage gets the final, and that's just it. The Soar demolished the guard on Icebox.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Just at that end as well, you saw, there were flanks set up. No matter what happened, there was no way that Sora was going to lose that round. honestly, I'm going to call it an upset because Sword looked so darn good. And once again, this is the guards map pick. They just kind of get demolished 13-5 by Sword Gaming. Hardly, I don't think that Sword dropped a round in the second half, Ravish. It was just a clean sweep across the board.
I'm in awe.
But
Like, it's, you know what? Yeah. Bewildered. Just an absolute thing. Some has washed over me at this point that I realistically cannot tell what I naturally has witnessed. But I'll leave it up to y'all to try to digest that as I try to do so myself. I go for a small walk to be able to really take in what I was able to witness. But there's still potentially 2 more maps left to go. The guard will have to climb their way back in a serious manner on Haven.
Oh, yeah.
And there might be one way they can do that depending on where they sit. Ain't that right, Mark?
Yeah, you know, hey, maybe they're nice and comfortable experiencing the Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and Localhost. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. And you know what, if you're going to do that, use code NSG55 to save $55. That's a whole $55. That's a lot. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. But like you said, Ravish, we're going to see whether or not Sora are able to get the clean sweep against the guard on map number 2, closing them out 2-0. But first, a little bit of a break. We'll see you on the other side of it.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
It was a dark and stormy night for the guard as they headed into their map choice. Slowly but surely though, what seemed like a cold winter's day turned into a small burial under the snow. Welcome back to Nerd Street Gamers. I'm Ravs, we're here yet again by Marks. Marks, Icebox was not good for the guard.
No, that's a very good way to say that. They started things out pretty confidently. They were, taking a couple of rounds and things were looking pretty clean. But SOAR were able to take the half 7-5. Then they swapped sides and, well, not good for the guard. They ended up losing 13-5. SOAR got all the rounds in a row. The guard didn't even pick up a single one on that second half. And once again, Icebox was the guard's pick. So not looking too good for them as we kind of get into our second map here, Ravish.
And this gets tougher and tougher. Right now, being one down. Haven, which is a SOAR specialty, and the guard themselves, now they know that they're up against SOAR. They got all their notes done. They see what they're gonna do. And so they decide, okay, maybe on Haven, we switch things up just a tad. We decide that, hey, maybe it's time to throw out the playbook and really just go Lucky Town Banana Pants.
Lucky Town Banana Pants, is that a legitimate strategy? I haven't heard of that one before.
Why not? Hey, yeah, I'm implementing it here.
Ah, there we go.
As he's shown already, the guard are starting out on the defense as well on Haven. And what I want to see is two things. I want to see Neon, and you want actually, I want to see one thing. I want to see Neon. That's it.
Okay, you're a man of, you're easy to please. Then is what I'm hearing. That's good. Hey, for what it's worth, I also hope that we do see a Neon. But what I am more expecting is we are going to be seeing the guard kind of change up their composition. Obviously, we did see that last map. The guard played Say a Player on Chamber, which makes sense because Say a Player is pretty good with the operator. But it didn't really feel like Say a Player was able to get as much impact as you would want him to playing Chamber. And so I would imagine that we are going to be seeing Saya start to play the Jet a little bit more, and maybe the guard lean into having that duelist as a part of their team. I'm curious to see how SOAR want to play it as well, because, well, like you said, SOAR, they're pretty good on Haven, honestly. And so they are very practiced and have things down pat. If they have a little bit of an idea on how the guard want to play things, this could be pretty tough for the guard to try and pull it back and force out that map number 3.
Exactly, and right now, if they are to have the hopes of, going to the finals, one, and having enough points at the end to be able to try to qualify towards LCQ, along with, just making it to the finals, maybe just in the street land as well, or the possibility to just get more practice under the belt. This map, just straight up, thrusting forward, this has to be it right now. But if you do remember though, last time when we saw Knights Academy actually play yesterday, it seemed to be a third map team. So maybe the guard are the exact same.
It's all for dramatic suspense is what I'm hearing. Put on a little bit of show for everybody. But yeah, Haven, I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to be bringing here. And yeah, this is what I was honestly expecting coming out from SOAR. Having Randy Savage on the Killjoy is a pretty common occurrence. We saw Randy Savage kind of fragging out on the Chamber last time around, but I've seen Randy play Killjoy on Haven, and it's extremely good. I'm curious though how the guard are planning to counter that. They do have net on the KO, and if one of those null points land, then it's going to be super easy for the 0 points. Sorry, super easy for them to push in onto the site. But look at this, Save Player is locking in the Neon, so looks like your wish has been granted here, Ravish.
All right, and I say that because I fully expected this to happen. This is the comp that the guard have been running. That's in fact. So I would be expecting this along with VALORANT, alongside the Astra, and then of course Jonah P being able to get his own chamber with Trent on the Sky. This is something that they're very comfortable on. It's something that they're very good on in terms of the comp. On the other end though, the adaptation of Randy Savage, instead of the chamber, they're bringing out the Killjoy again. I feel like as a team, they're like future-proofing themselves, which is interesting. We're deciding, once Chamber gets nerfed, they'll be fine because they're playing Killjoy already.
Yeah, SOAR are soaring ahead of the competition. They've already figured out the strategy. But yeah, it's going to be SOAR starting us out on the offense here. A very quick garage take, but the spike is still in their spawn. That leads me to believe that they're just trying to get as much space as possible before they commit onto a site. See where they can get a couple of picks.
As of right now, it's not committal. I decided that, okay, let's pop in, look at my window, and pop out. I become a 1-for-1 for Saya player. You need to try to get, let's 2 there. It's going to make the trade a bit more worth it. But now let's see if Shrek can do the job. Man, just tucking all the way behind boxes onto A. And as he pops out, that's 2 for him. That's a trade we wanted to see. And now it is up to Bones. Does he check his corners? No, he doesn't.
Seems like we're revisiting some of the lessons that we learned yesterday, Ravish. Remember, kids, if you're watching at home and you want to be a pro Valorant player, always check your corners. That's going to be the name of the game here. But say a player, commonly you see the Jet or, you know, maybe a Sova take a lot of space onto that A site, but a Neon is going to do just fine. Got so close, able to make sure that that pistol had impact. And honestly, Soar, we're just not expecting him at all to hang out there. So the guards start things out. Pistol round again. They did get the pistols on Icebox as well. Let's see if they can keep this momentum rolling forwards. Soar, familiar position for them, but they're comfortable. This is their map pick.
I mean, it's only so far comfortability can really take you. Because they actually did spot Saya player. So, through this, I wanted to decide to just completely wean off C, and yeah, they do. So it's not worth it to try to go right into them, especially being a bit down, but they have invested a little bit on their own side. These round 2 conversions, they don't want to necessarily give a free round up.
No, definitely not. I like that they were able to pick up the ultimate orb for their breach, though. Get that Rolling Thunder a little bit closer to coming online. The C1 is so easy, especially when you have the smokes active. Trent watching it down. Might have been able to spot somebody out there, but it's going to be the C-side push that we're going to be watching as Jonah P starts it off.
Down, C.
Oh. Let's see how they decided that. Nice shots from Val, but Jonah Peak is taken out because of 1v2 as Marty Savage pushing in as alongside Bones. Oh, the swing! What?
Now that's Savage right there.
Man, alright. That was, I will agree with you. That was pretty gosh darn clean. But from here is up to Saya player. I've seen him do this before.
Not this time.
Maybe not this time though. Maybe not this time.
What the heck was that? Randy Savage feeling like Thanos actually just goes in and says, I can take on a bunch of superheroes and it's going to be totally fine. Just goes for a 1v3, I think, on the site. Did have a little bit of support there, but it didn't matter because Randy Savage was just able to click those heads with that pistol in hand. The Sheriff coming out so strong. That's a really good round for Soar because that's going to force the economy of the guard to be broken, while Soar are going to be able to just steal all of their guns for the people who are still alive, and that means that they can take a quote-unquote bonus here as they tie it up 1-1, Ravish. Great stuff coming out there, and the guard have got to be a little bit more careful of Mr. Savage himself.
I mean, he do be kind of nuts with it, but maybe with Bones being gone as right now, you're going to see it's just how savage they get. Okay. This is such a cheesy strat right here. I can feel my cholesterol rising up with what they're doing right now. But in this dark lands, look at this. Okay. Is it going to walk in? Are you going to see this? One corner, the next, they get one out of this and swing the back. But empathy! See, the Spectacle's range is just that good. The classic don't do enough. The right click not going to hit as good. Yep. Tragic, but it was cool nonetheless. So let me get 3v3 though. It's not bad by the end of it. Spike slides have gone down. A nice shot by Jonah P, and he's out of there, bro.
Oh damn!
Just gonna hit it and quit it. And do the smoke. Jonah P gets a trade back with the classic. If you can get a gun, he might be able to do more damage. But when he's Savage, who's talking about at the up against, so you can find him, flash tags him, and Jonah P finishes them off.
All right, 1 thrifty each. Good response coming in from the guard. And Jonah P honestly just kind of clicking heads. That's what you want on your chamber. Right now, Jonah P leading the leaderboard in kills with 6. Of course, the next highest person is going to be Randy Savage on the other team with 4. But yeah, This is, like you said, cheesy strategy. Someone who's lactose intolerant, and I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this one. But it still kind of worked out for them. In the end, they were able to take one of them out. And Jonah, just so good with it. Able to just step out, have that headhunter in hand, deny a lot of C presence, and really make it so much more difficult for Soar to be able to move things through. This time around, though, Soar very interested in taking this A site. They use that Storm Grenade early to try and zone things out, but Jonah P has the tour de force in hand and kind of has an inkling that somebody's there after hearing the jump.
There's no shot, right? Ooh. That was a nice little acrobatic push that he manages to do towards the other side. And not through this. The space that they want to take is rightfully theirs. But right now, though, they don't got a ton of utility to be able to try to deny the lockdown in itself. And A side is rightfully theirs.
And now Trent and Jonah are going to be able to set up in heaven. I don't know that there's going to be another Omen smoke anytime soon. So 5v5 on this retake. Guard using the Trailblazer to scout things out.
They're should be able to find one at least as to where they're holding. Here comes the execute. Trent immediately goes down to all corner towards the one side, but Trent and Star player are just deciding to remove everybody by themselves. You gotta remember, Randy Savage still alive though. Alongside Vic, they sneak into the corner. They're just gonna defuse. It's 4v1 and Vic, you gotta do some G. No, you can't. It's too many. The guard, bring it back.
Whew. Hey, this is a good momentum shift for the guard, don't you think? After not the best performance on Icebox, this is what they need. They need to feel confident in their attacks, and I think you can see just how practiced they are, especially too on that retake. What we saw there was they were just waiting for each other. They knew exactly which players were going to be looking where, and that was just so clean. They ran over Soar. Even if they had a little bit of a gun difference, they were able to catch Soar's members off guard. And it was just an easy retake for them, honestly. I was expecting it to be a little bit more chaotic, but that's what happens when you got those reps in. It's just going to be nice, easy practice. And Soar are going to be back on a save. So they do have their sheriffs. I think I saw one Marshal online, but still, the guard very heavily favored in this round.
This is a decision from Soar. They decided to wait right outside a garage, try to perhaps anticipate the guard. But with two being by window and nobody moving up either, it's a slower push than we might have thought, especially other anti-eco. Sheriff's all around, we know how nasty Randy Savage is on those.
And we do see Soar have the Rolling Thunder online as well. It'll be a very cheeky, fast B-side hit to try and get it down, but I think the guard have enough utility to slow this push completely. That's going to leave Soar scratching their heads. They haven't even gotten a lot of momentum from Randy Savage, as Jonah P is still holding it down. Might be able to get a good pick here.
30 seconds left.
Oh man has the angle, he sees the pixel, he shoots a bit too early. But he still gets the shot down. A second, there we go. The collect! And that's four right away. Give him the ace! Bro, for Jonah Providence, he gets them all.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what I was the most afraid of when I saw that Soar were starting to rotate around, because they were like, all right, Ace Light, it's going to be great, but as soon as Randy Savage fell down, I think the rest was more or less going to be history. Obviously, you know, Jonah P just kind of popped off there, but even if they were able to take the site, they would have lost too many of their members for it to be a viable just hold, especially with that gun disadvantage. Still though, insane stuff coming out from Jonah P. I honestly think that Jonah is kind of an underrated player in my opinion, and I'm glad that we're getting to see these moments where Jonah can really shine. You know, hey, Jonah can shoot as well, and especially on that chamber, it's going to be working out great. My biggest question, though, is this Killjoy pick coming out from Randy Savage. Obviously, we know that Randy can click things really well, and that makes me wonder, is Killjoy the best agent to put Randy Savage on? I'm starting to wonder that a little bit, because usually, you know, Killjoy, you put that utility down, you can play off of the utility. You don't have to actively go in there and try and frag out. Unfortunately, Killjoy doesn't have a lot of stuff in her kit to help her frag out as well. And that just kind of leaves it up to natural talent of Randy Savage to be able to get everything. And I think that's a little bit of a tall order, especially too when you're going up against a team like the Guard. Look at that. Jonah P has 11 kills, Ravish. What? Nobody's hit 5 yet.
Jonah Pokemon. That's what I should have said. Jonah Pokemon because he caught them all. You know what?
Good.
That's been sitting on me for a little bit. I was like, it's there. But either way,
that's why you were so quiet these last couple of rounds. You're just like,
yeah, I was like,
Jonah
man,
what?
Jonah what? You know, but that's okay. We'll see if Cyberplay can catch them all this time. That's 2. He gets the transfer and denies the push right around C, and they managed through this to push into them. All right, come on, give him the ace. Let's see it. No, that's not going to happen.
they're
It's
taking
fine.
their time.
I thought they would actually move into him, but that's fine. They're still kind of moving and bobbing around C. Trent might be able to deny this. The flash should catch him. There we go. He sees Empathy. Right inside the garage, but Trent turns around. He might get timing here, though, but they're also watching his back. Ooh, quick swing in.
Huge.
The gravity well is gonna catch him there. See, bro, Sai could have taken that, but they Trent denied that. That's not cool, man. Come on, bro.
Everyone gets their moments to shine. Look at this.
That's
Same player,
4.
he's gonna get 4.
See, that was his ace. That was his ace. Nah, if I'm a Sai player right now, I'm cheese the Trent. I'm mad.
You know what? Fair enough. See, I've never played in a team with you, and now I'm starting to understand why, because I'm always that guy who's just like, listen, it's for the team, I gotta deny your race. Maybe that says more about me than you, honestly, so that's okay. But still, this is why you want to play someone on Neon, especially to someone like Saya player, because Saya players just goes up there, and I don't think that Sword were expecting that on C at all. You saw the push happening. They wanted to up the tempo. They had their car ready to go, foot on the gas pedal, flying in, and who else but Saya player up in their face does have this Phantom, an easy spray down, and the rest was history. So I think this is really going to slow down how Sor want to play. But I'm going to be honest with you, Ravish, I think that they actually play better when they do go fast. So I don't like this momentum shift coming in from them. But let's see what they could do. They've already gotten a lot of space on this A site thus far, although a lot of members are ready to defend it if it comes to that.
Side player is like those geese on the road.
Oh no.
That just stop you from crossing. I take 5 years to move across and honk at you. And then taunt you too. And then maybe dookie on your car just because they can.
Listen, I've been attacked by a goose. I know.
Wait, what? That's so funny.
It wasn't funny at the time.
That's fair, but instead, like you were saying, the same sort of denial so far. No, he missed every shot, but you can't be not landing those when they're right in front of your face. But the slide on him. Let's go. He moving like he moves and Just Dance.
Yeah, Cyberplayer apparently just taking sort of the disco with that electric slide across the ground, just sprays it down. Does have the support as well, but still, clean stuff coming out of there, you know. So we're like, oh, we got this guy. He's not escaping out of this one. Unfortunate misses coming out for Rainy Savage. Well, yeah, let's watch this. They were so ready for it, but when the slide comes across, what are you gonna do? That's just an easy cleanup. Because now we're seeing Sai start to turn things up here, Ravish.
That's a cha-cha slide, the slide to the left, you know?
Maybe slide
we might see, yeah, maybe a slide to the right. It might be a one hop this time. On the other end, maybe the guard decides to right foot and then the left and let themselves stop.
Goodness.
No, nah, they're gone again. So that starts it off. Okay, they're definitely feeling it.
Oh, 100%. Sai player's been... The fact that Sai player's gotten these early picks just to start the round has been such a bad momentum shift for Sor. They were hoping to get a little bit of ground here, and Net almost found the head of Empathy from behind, but thankfully Bones was just watching this. Now, they're going to be engaging onto the C site.
They do have 2 moving in for connector to possibly try to deny this. They're up against 4 right now, though, so they will have to wait for the rest of the team to possibly decide on when to move in. It's just shots being peppered nonetheless, but as they're all there, they manage to gain garage control, and now comes in for the retake. The side of the guard is still 4v4. The Seekers get put out. But look at where all Sora moving. A nice peek out for Empathy. He manages to get away with it alive, but this time not so lucky. They're all decently low. They're trying to move in. Seizing the flashes out. The bird not gonna save you. Instead, it does more harm than good. Now it's up to Jonah P, but he's up against 3. Now all the way down to 2. He just says boo-hoo. Sor, they get 2.
Yeah, good round. You can do it, Sor. You're still in this. This is your map, and they need to start to feel a little bit more comfortable on it. Still, though, the guard are feeling nice and comfortable with their economy. Look at that. They're basically lining their pockets with vandals. at this point, but still, Saya player continuing to be a little bit of a nuisance for Soar to deal with. They need to be careful of that Neon just advancing out and finding those picks really early on. We're going to be seeing Jonah P bust out that tour de force as well, and so that's going to make C-Site a lot more difficult to take from the traditional route, but I like Soar starting to spread things out. This time around, it is going to be this B-side hit. Net as well as the Astra are going to make that a lot more difficult to be able to just enter in. Look at that. The smoke has already deterred Empathy from moving forwards.
Not much more though. Now we've seen the sort of push from them previously as well. But considering they do have the tour de force up as well. And look how closely Jonah P is holding. He's anticipating a peek to come through. The trademark does get spotted and put out. But he's not moving. You would have thought that maybe he would have decided to perhaps peek into garage. He knows there might be trouble there, but all of Soar, after just kind of moving around saying, hey, you here, you there, they all bunch up and it's A-side yet again. But Mark, look at this. There's Steve there. That's one down. They look under the second. No. The flash works out. They get all four. Well, three. Come on, give me four, give me four, give me four. Peek out, Bone shoots away, and inside the gravity well, he will stay. It's 2v5. That's all they need.
And I like the idea from Soar to try and prevent the flank from coming through. We saw that they did put an alarm bot down there, so then that way, if we did see the guard try and push out and get a little bit more ground, they would have been caught. But that's the thing. Side player and Trent, they're like, well, we're just going to sit nice and pretty a little bit further back, and then as soon as we hear them starting to come in, you could just tell that the double swing was just so effective. Obviously, you know, side player kind of popping, doing a pretty darn good job right now, but having Trent as well, just around the corner, able to use those flashes, really just clear it out for Soar. It just made it so much easier. Now the guard find themselves at 7-2. The momentum still in their corner as a Soar are on a little bit more of a half buy. They don't really have the weapons to do it, and they've already invested the Rolling Thunder, but didn't get anything for it.
The guard right now on full retake as well. 5v5. They have the null command as well as a possibility alongside the Neon ult as well. They won't see a need to use it yet. With Bones being gone, should be nice at least. But a lockdown though. Holding them all off for so long that there's a null command we were talking about. And now they have the opportunity to try to move in. Saya player, first one in on site. Looking for anybody at all through VALORANT and Jonah P as they all enter in all Soar. Get taken out. It's just physic left. He has a ghost, but they could possibly deny a little bit off. And right on the cusp, they get the defuse.
Yeah, and good idea from Physic. You know, play back, play off of the Hunter's Fury, but didn't hear the defuse coming through, so just kind of had to wing it. And unfortunately, at that point, it was a little bit too late. You know, the Hunter's Fury was going to find all the value, not enough value that they wanted it to find, and really deny that spike defuse. And, you know, the guard, they look so coordinated, so clean just walking in onto the site. We didn't even see them honestly lose a player going in there, despite the fact that Soar had a pretty good post-plant position set up. So, Soar struggling to find their feet a little bit. We still have 2 more rounds in this half. They might be able to pull things back a little bit more. They will have rifles this time around, but it's just been very dominant coming out from the guard thus far.
So if the guard continues this sort of chain of dominance as well that they've had on the defense, a 10-2 half would be amazing. And one of the ways that we can ensure that we go to a map 3 between these two monstrous teams. And with a pick off like that, no Killjoy Utah will mean that these post plans just get that much harder for Soar.
I'm looking at the positioning of Apathy. Apathy was able to walk completely through. Like get a flank onto the flank onto the flank, depending on how the guard want to play this. Dildo, Saya holding it close. Fault line comes out there. Trent not ready for it as Physic finds the first pick.
Good fault line as well to read that they might be holding there. As Apathy, like you said, walks all the way in the gravity well a little bit late on the trigger. And now looking for Saya player.
30 seconds left.
Manages to tuck behind the smoke, but Bones is ready for his positioning. And look at Soar. a patient play and kind of punishing the zealousness that we saw at the guard going into this round. With the third round likely imminent. We'll see what more Jordan P can do. Probably just economic damage at the least. If they get 2 out of this, wouldn't be too bad. Just at least take some guns out of their hands, if anything.
Yeah, especially too is it's going to be one more round of the half. Doing a little bit of economic damage would be always pretty good, but you know, Sword, they're going hunting. They're looking for him. Jonah's been really good with the headhunter thus far, able to take one out. I imagine they're gonna swing this. They gotta swing. No, okay, they're running away. They say, never mind. We gotta keep our rifles because our economy is not gonna be strong enough. So it's gonna be Soar. 3rd round on the board. 1 round left in this half. Ravish, it's gonna be an 8-4. Well, it's gonna be up to Soar, if I'm being completely honest with you. Their economy is solid enough that we should be able to see them being able to buy up all the rifles that they need. But it's going to be stretched a little bit. Meanwhile, on the guard side, yeah, they've got more than enough cash to make sure that this is going to be an easy round. Saya player still holding on to that overdrive. Honestly, pretty useful ultimate, but you have to be kind of careful about using it. Saya player's been in good positions to catch Soar off guard where it could be incredibly effective, but all it takes is just 1 headshot, and on top of that too, it takes a little bit of time to burn people down with that electricity. So it might not necessarily work out here as Jonah P goes for the first shot, misses, has to back off.
Unfortunate there, because that first pick off could potentially mean that Soar completely get dissuaded from this A site. Have to rethink a lot of their decisions. Ooh. Right now, he managed to get it the 2nd time around, so that's well worth it. But Soar have already made their way onto the site. Jonah P managed to get the 2nd and just cuts. He leaves. Just absolutely zero care in the world. Yeah. They're still committed to A, though, Works. We want this.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide gonna come in, make this a lot more difficult. Overdrive now activated. Here comes Saya, and he's looking for the kills.
Nice flash as the concuss being put down, and zip, zap, zap, only good for 1 with the map. Jonah P, though, he's the one doing all that cleanup. Take the final, 9-3.
Just want to comment there, Physic, with a pretty quick, just gotta, tap with that Vandal, able to get a 2K so quick with it. But yeah, just the guard coming in, a little bit of overwhelming numbers, and yeah, they get that 9-3 activated. A great job from the guard thus far. I like Jonah P just kind of playing a little bit closer here. We do see side player go in with the overdrive, but once again, you know, it's so hard to be able to secure the kills, especially too when your opponents are clicking as fast as they are. You know, it takes a couple seconds to burn somebody down, and in those couple seconds, they can just tap your head once and it's over. It's kind of the difficulty playing in there, but still a really good start for the guard. Now they've only got 4 rounds before they can force out map number 3. Meanwhile, Sword, they're going to have to start to gain a little bit more momentum. As soon as the guard hit those double digits, it's going to be a little bit tougher to do so because Sword are going to be backed into a corner. It's not going to be great.
Yeah, just a bit. Oh, that dart is huge. Yeah, that was clean. Along with the concuss, so they couldn't all run away. They know they're also chilling about spawn. Apathy has moved so far up.
What?
And taking down Saya player is pretty nice.
Okay, a lot of ground being gained by Net. Able to spot that alarm bot out. Gonna force out the swarm grenade, but that's just kind of forcing out some utility. Looks like Soar, though, taking the bait. The guard actually really good at fishing as well, at least on pistol rounds, as it looks like they're going to be setting up to go for this A-side hit. Bones, though, still close enough to be able to use that utility, the flashes as well as the aftershock, to potentially deny a lot of space that the guard could take here.
As he head towards the A as well. You see DKO. It's all the way onto the side trying to keep their positions locked down. And actually be able to spot 1. But Apathy does it again. He lines them up along with the help of the concuss. That's 3 for him. Trent managed to get 1 back. But barely escapes with his life in the spike. They got 13 seconds. They got nowhere to go but here. And right now, the only place they're being sent back to is likely to spawn. The paranoia going hit is alive for a couple more seconds.
Oof. Okay. Great pistol round coming out from Soar. Wow, I'm getting a little bit of whiplash from our first map here, where the guard wins the first pistol, and then it's Soar on the second. So, good stuff coming out there. Once again, that lineup that we saw at the beginning of the game, or sorry, this half, I think is going to be pretty scary for the guard. Because as we saw, Apathy likes playing forward. Similar to how Seiya played on the Neon as well, on the defense. But that could get tremendous value. Apathy, very clean with the headshots, can just walk out there, and especially too if they're concussed, can't see a thing, positions revealed, it's going to be very tough for them to be able to escape that one cleanly. Doesn't matter though, going to pick up the ultimate orb this time around, the guard. Just looking for that C ult. And then let's see if they want to execute on this. It's very long sight lines that are looking down, and Randy Savage as well as Vic have a pretty good hold of that site thus far.
None of the guard get baited up by the jump peak either. Vic was hoping to be able to surmise just how many there are. Ooh. But still two pushing up. Apathy puts on a shot early.
Oh no.
As a dash ready to go, but both of them move into Vic past the smoke. With them losing two so early on, they saw the spike in their hands. There are no Apathies there. That's one shot. Looking for the second, not gonna find it, but Bones is there for the cleanup.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh yeah, that's all she wrote, honestly. Soar looked amazing there. They didn't even lose a single member. I questioned the guard pushing up onto C, and I think that was honestly the reason why. Vic being able to hold it a little bit closer, has that Spectre in hand, is just going to win it out, especially against Classics. Oh, wait a second, it went through the smoke? Are you kidding me? Okay, cool. And yeah, Apathy is getting really aggressive on the defense as well, getting so much space for the team and catching the guard from behind. We've seen the flank be an issue for the guard on Icebox. Looks like that trend might continue. Let's see what they got this time. Be early presence as Apathy is walking up. Oh, this is so good. Apathy, or sorry, Bones finds two.
Also, based off the paranoia from Vic as well, they just corner them all off into spawn.
You're kidding me.
And yeah,
Excuse me, what?
that's it. That was the buy round too. Oh no.
Now listen, Ravish, I don't consider myself a psychic, okay? I want to make that clear. But what did I say about Apathy moving up, playing off of the utility, the fault line as well as the recon bolt? Something the guard have to be careful of. And that's exactly the reason why. Even if there was a smoke in front of them, the recon bolt gives enough information to confidently spray through and secure a couple of kills. Like you said, that was the guard's buy round. Now they're going to be back onto pistols. They have been pretty good with the thrifties, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this one moving forward. Soarfield look very good on this defense thus far.
Might be the reason why they chose Haven as well. And especially managing to get 9.5. It's not too shabby. Flash use for the entry. Ready Savage is still there. Here's all the footsteps, and through the dark, the rolling thunder catches them all. A bit more of a friendly jump, but that's more than enough. Bones has been nuts this half with U-turn.
Yeah, I'll say. Honestly, such good timing. And on top of that too, look at where Randy Savage is. Just at the back of the site, like, oh, hey, time to party. Okay, let's move out here. Oh, good information. Perfect. Let me just spray them down. No big deal. FD, of course, has the alley-oop as well. Look at this. Soar looking to bring this one back. Currently 2 rounds down. Honestly, they're starting to look a little bit scary. Let's see what the guard have in store for them this time around. They will have that full buy. They are going to give Jonah P an operator as well. Not too many ultimates online, but the Seekers might be good mid-round. See how things go. Still though, the guard, they need to change something up here because Sora looking pretty phenomenal. And honestly, the guard have been struggling to even get the spike down thus far.
All the kills are util sector by A. The trademark as well, watching to see if Apathy pushes past them. It's still centered towards window. A place they haven't actually seen, because Seaside has been just something they haven't considered so far, but we're not giving up already. And there is Vic there. If they want to look to push in, but But without Trent to back them up with the flashes, this could be really dangerous.
And I'm worried right now, Ravish. I'm worried that the guard are going to try to go into A. Randy Savage's equipment is set up here, and this is something that's interesting. Randy has been moving around, setting up Killjoy stuff all over the map, all these different rounds. So they're not going to be expecting this at all.
All the kills you suspended, they just waited out for them to look to push in. And now from here it becomes 3v3. Spike is put down at least. From here the question will be now, or so what does their retail look like? We should the guard have really amazing ones in the previous half I should say. Some that look a little bit more unfortunate, but as they pop up, Apathy gets one right away. They don't see him coming.
Oh my goodness.
And all of the guards get dropped.
Yeah, and honestly,
that's 9. Damn.
Yeah, like, that was such a good Blade Storm coming out from Soar Apathy. Once again, a little bit of a menace in the server right now, but that's the thing, you know, especially too with how they wanted to play that. They sent 2 members through Heaven. Who does that? Nobody. Clearly, the guard were not expecting that at all. Good trades coming in originally, as the guard were able to seize the site and just even out things, which is pretty much what you want to see out of that site take. Obviously, it'd be better if it was just a little cleaner, but still, they were able to get the spike down. And then Apathy just kind of hops out of Heaven with the knives out. They're not expecting it at all, especially 2 people coming out of Heaven. And sending 1 person through the spawn as soon as that operator is down just makes that retake that much easier. Great stuff coming out from Sword. They're only 1 round away from evening things out. And Vic is already gotten Trent through the smoke. Are you kidding me? It's going to be fast from the guard, though.
Concussed words. Cubby out the edge of the side. Vic still lives? No shot! And with him living, they just cleared out the entire site! Well, Vic does it again! You should call him back at that point!
Oh my goodness. Nobody dealt with the Omen in the back. You know, they were all ready for him. Obviously, you know, just spray through. Sometimes you get unlucky with that one, but able to survive and take, say, a player out. Nobody was expecting Vic to be able to win that duel, and so he could just poke out and find the rest of the kills there. Now it's all tied up. The guard, they're going to be able to buy up here. Jonah P going to have the tour de force in hand, but they got to start changing something up because right now this has been, once again, that's 6 rounds in a row for Soar thus far in this half. The guard have yet to pick one up, as Jonah P unfortunately misses the shoulder here. Recon drone coming through and gets peeked by Apathy.
He's tagged as well. They're just pushing out to him. They should know that he's right there as well. He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate.
There we go.
There we go. He punished them. Overaggressiveness does not pay off and they lose the op in the meantime as well. But oh, Physic managed to get the punish back. Both ops on both sides now being gone, making a 4v4 like planted on B as it continues to tick.
And this is really good positioning from the guard. They're expecting Soar to be on that flank, and so they're just going to not even give them any positioning. They can come in from behind, but they're going to be expecting them. Utility coming out. They're engaging.
There's stuff from Trent to peek out with a flash as well. Comboing that together. Almost have 4, but that's more than enough for the team. Good shot.
Oh my god.
Whoa, Randy Savage actually almost did it. If Valen was not there, if he was somewhere else. But hey, you know, Spike still explodes. They're fine. It's okay. The guard get the first round in the second half.
Whoa, Randy Savage? What? I can't believe my eyes, Ravish. I can't believe what we just witnessed there. Let's watch it one more time. So Trent able to come up big with a 3K. And who else but Mr. Savage himself able to take this one back. A good fragment coming out. Savage just goes right through it. Able to find one through the boards in the back, but gets swung on. So a lot closer than the guard would have preferred. A lot of ultimates online this time. Could use that null command, could use the Cosmic Divide. That would give them quite a bit of room, but they have to be careful of that Killjoy lockdown. They don't have anything necessarily to counter it, and as a result, it can get a lot of value from Soar.
One big thing too that could also up the value to the Apathy I was going to say. Unfortunately gets timing. And 2 coming out from Bones that Null Command is going to take, but with the KO being dropped right at the entrance of C, both the guard and Soar with even trades, nothing more though. Actually be picked up, but Nut cannot be rezzed.
Whew, that's... Honestly, the guard have been really struggling pushing down C. Every single time they do it, it's been so tough for them. Looks like the fortune favors those who continue to bet, apparently. This time around, they should be able to make their way in, get that spike down. It's going to be a 3v2 site retake. But the Rolling Thunder, as well as the Hunter's Fury, might make this a lot more difficult. And I'm going to be honest, if you're Soar, you want to invest these things, because you need to make sure that the guard lose this round. It's going to secure an economic advantage and make sure that you're going to have a much better time. I imagine we're going to be seeing these come out here, but let's see how this wants to play. Starting things off with the Rolling Thunder.
One Thunder actually doesn't catch any of them either. Now there's the fault line, and with them not being able to catch them, I wonder if the guard can actually hold this off. It's 2v3, so it's not super hard, but gonna being forced to peek the immediate shot and the rotate back. The boat chilling being considering Aftershock was expended previously. It was a gravity well to pull Bones away. It's 2v2. They just have to delay this for now. The Valiant gets 1. We're looking at another for Joe P with the jump peak. Looking up against Physic. He just has to delay it. And that's it. That's all it takes.
Still though, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yes, the guard. Hey, woohoo, we got it around. But Ravish, it shouldn't be like this. Like, they're down to the wire every single time. And even if they are able to get away with it, you know, you can't be relying, the playbook should not read, Jonah P finds 3 heads and it's going to be easy from there. Because that's just not going to be a consistent strategy moving forward. And it does feel like Jonah P is really putting in a lot of effort to make sure that the guard are still into this. And once again, they are going to take that round, so it will be 11-9 now. They're able to stabilize their footing a little bit more. This might be a good time to reset the mental. Obviously, we are seeing a tactical timeout come in from Soar because they know that they can't give too many rounds up. But man, this is really close. And once again, this is for elimination. If the guard lose this map, Soar are going to be advancing, and Soar will have taken the guard out of the Nerd Street Summer Champs online qualifier.
Well, that's terrifying.
Oh, you can see the Matrix.
So, yeah. Shout out to our observers, by the way. Manipu, V-Flight, and Zilv were phenomenal. Doing their thing. Of course, our producer Ferme for making us look good consistently. None of this would be possible without them.
Of course. They're the best.
Thank you for allowing us to peek into what our future holds when Elon Musk decides to take over the world.
Oh, that's how the robots win. It's all because of Elon Musk. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. But hey, robots right now are just putting out some shots with their guns. And all of them being alive, they use their knife. I believe it didn't get much info, but hey, no info is still info.
This time around, the guard playing things slowly. Apathy. Oh, what is that angle? That, I don't know that they're going to be able to, they're going to expect that at all. And that could be absolutely devastating. If they catch that gun barrel, could be good, but actually it's going to be hidden within the wall. A little bit of geometry there. So Jonah P, though, going to be watching that like a hawk. Meanwhile, look at this. The Killjoy utility is set up to deny Garage as well as that B side. The guard doing a really good job of just kind of chilling things out. Get a little bit of information before they decide to commit. Use that guiding light. Realize nobody is watching mid. But there is going to be a little pesky Sova hanging out at the back. See how they want to play this. They're running out of time.
These slow pushes are a guard specialty, in fact. But as right now, if the XQ comes in right at 30 seconds, a Saya player goes down. I'm not even too sure how at this point he made towards the back of the site, but at least from here they get the spike planted. And Trent managing to get the trade already. Savage will be well worth it. It's going to be just about how they hold now. So what gets put out, all you got to do is just try to ping the bomb. Trent was too far up. And that's holding defuse. Nobody's going to do it. They get it to half. That's actually big enough. And it's just up to Jonah P. And start out tapping. If it gets so many, he can't do it by himself. And Stroll get around back.
Oh boy. I like the idea coming in there. I think honestly, it's because Randy Savage got Saya player right off the bat. I think what the guard wanted to do there was set themselves up again in the back of site, start to push out a little bit on the two sides of B, get a little bit more space, catch Soar off guard. But unfortunately, Randy Savage had something different to say about that, able to find Saya right off the bat, and then as a result, they had to default backwards. Obviously, the Cosmic Divide kind of forces it out as well, but it's so hard for them to find something here. Now they're going to be forced onto a save as Soar look ready to tie things up. Saya, where you going into Randy Savage's crosshairs? Great first pick by Randy, and he's looking for more.
Oh, he's just gets 4. It's like Domino's. I'm not talking about that pizza. Easy to drop. Now just Jonah P. What you got? He could probably get 1 out of this. We gotta remember though, if the guard do not win the next round, they'll be back on a save once again. It will be match point. And after a flawless like that, Soar have so much money, they can effectively slap the guard with their wallets.
Gonna give you guys a life pro tip there. Don't slap anybody with your wallet. That's never a good time. In fact, just have Randy Savage shoot him down. Seems like that's gonna be a pretty good time, especially if you're Soar. Once again, Randy Savage just in the right place at the right time, consistently lurking around. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that they weren't expecting him to just be hanging out in that little hallway between garage and the C site, but Saya, you just got to be a little bit more careful moving in onto point like that, because Epathy's watching one side, you're gonna have Randy Savage watching another. It's not gonna be that good unless Saya just comes up huge.
I respected it though.
It's a very bold play. You know, you expect to just kind of sweep him with your own momentum, especially too playing with those Spectres. It just doesn't work out because Sora are doing a really good job of just holding their ground.
Similar spoke to what we've seen previously. Allows them to move it as 4 into sewers. And they're just all concussed, but the concussed back does enough. Randy Savage can't get the same spray he got last time. And with that being denied, it's now up to Bones to slow them down for as much and as long as they can. But Apathy sees and finds the cross, just barely gets the arm of Net. Not gonna be enough, because look at this. Look how far up Sora moved. They see all their crosses. They see them moving by. It's like a small marathon, but every single checkpoint, you almost die. And that's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to get water, not bullets.
Maybe a little Gatorade.
Maybe a little Gatorade, right?
3v3 on this retake. He's still in the back. Oh, gets flashed out, and Jonah P gets the swing there. Jonah P really opened up the site. Vic, lost out the paranoia. Quick rendezvous out. Good flash.
Catch them all alongside the Nair to be able to catch another. The second flash does enough. It becomes a trade. And it is 2v1. If Bones wins this, the guard do not have barely have a buy going into the next round, and they clutch it out.
Oh man.
The guard on match point, looking to make it to map 3, but will Soar do the most and send us to overtime?
Oh boy. Wow. Honestly, Soar got away almost for free. Just getting some of those picks there. And once again, it's up to Jonah P. Jonah P doing such a great job, able to get so much space onto C, secure the site, and then on top of that too, start fragging out. Look at this, just walks out here, able to find the headshot on Physic, spots out the operator as well, and then yeah, just a good comboing of utility to be able to find Epathy as well. As soon as Epathy fell down, the rest was more or less history. Oh, good reaction. Trying to shut that down. Randy Savage is not having any of it this time around. Still the guard on match point. Tour Force is going to be activated. They still have a lockdown to deal with though. This is Soar. They need to get this. They want to shut out the guard, or at least take us to overtime.
OT on the horizon. Lockdown ready. Randy Savage concussed. They force him out of garage again. They don't want that 4K happen once more. But here's the thing though, they gotta pick a side because a lot more in store. And Jonah P comes into him and said, hey, my brother, I see you got an op, but I'm sorry. I just adore you more. I'll see you later.
My op shoots faster. It's great. And it slows people down.
Oh, isn't that just wunderbar? But hey, going towards, well, hey.
Oh, you're really letting your Canadian show. We're going to be seeing the spike get down here, but that lockdown is going to honestly be able to catch maybe Trent. No, able to escape. I think that the fault line would have made things easier, but that's going to allow Sword to get a lot of room here. See how the guard want to play this.
Yeah, also the Seekers as well. Managed to surmise where they're holding. It's going to be about the peaks that they managed to get and patched around the boxes. And finally find them the guard. Get the 2 most crucial rounds in a row to send us to Ascent.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I know why the guard picked their side first. Once again, starting things off 9-3 in the first half. And then it just, I don't know, Sword just kind of came alive. It was just so good for Sword. Time and time again. Round after round, they were just finding the guard completely caught off guard, and it was just so easy for them to do it, but the guard are able to squeeze it out. Honestly, I think it is a lot based on the heroics of Jonah P, just really being able to find a lot of very key momentum shifting rounds, as well as too the rounds usually where we saw Jonah P pop off, and I'm pretty sure this probably wasn't planned, but it just worked out this way. Those were the rounds where the guard's economy was looking a little bit shaky, so that was able to secure them rifles moving into the next one and really helped to bring the momentum, put the wins back into their sails. So that means we're reached out. Now we've got map number 3 just over the horizon.
That's right, my friend. It's right across the board. You should be able to see it. But before we head on to uncharted waters, we do got to talk a bit about getting better, which means that gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. Book a live session now. Use promo code STREET55 for 15% off. Will the guard supersede Soar, or will Soar rise with the competition? Find out after this.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
This is it. It all comes down to this for right now for the guard. They got one map to go. We're going on to Ascent, a map that everybody plays all the time forever.
Honestly, we can't really get away from Ascent, but let's quickly recap what just happened here because, once again, this was Soar's map pick, Haven, map number 2. So we're able to take it 13-5 against the guard on Icebox. And honestly, it felt like the guard started things off extremely well, and off of the heroics of Jonah P, they were able to win it out, but Soar were honestly extremely close. The second map, Haven, ended out the guard winning 13-11. Extremely close. I think the guard were starting to get a little bit nervous there, but yeah, great stuff coming out from Soar. I think we understand why they honestly chose this map, because sure, their offense was a little bit shaky. That might just be the guard being extremely good at defense, but man, this Soar defense on Haven was rock solid.
Now, when you say that, I just immediately think of Malphite, like rock solid. But
I've never played League before, so I'm gonna have to take your word for that.
Good for you. It's
I chose happiness, you know?
That's fine. I wish I could choose that. But either way, yeah, it continues to be so that Sora just has these amazing, extremely dominant halves. And the guard just barely managing to clutch it out. Realistically, though, if they did not have the lead they did, we could have been seeing a very different result. Speaking of which, though, I do want to inform you that on the other side, we do have a result for the bracket on who either the guard or Sora will be facing when they're done this game. It will be Knights Academy.
Yeah, Knights Academy able to win it 2-0 against Zark 0. And so they're going to be chilling out for a little bit, as they're going to be probably watching this game, honestly, to see who their next opponents are going to be in the finals of this online qualifier. Once again, we're going to be heading over to Ascent. And Ascent has been a pretty fun map lately. Obviously, since Fade has been introduced, we see a lot of teams picking Ascent because Ascent really works well with Fade. And, you know, as a result, we've seen a lot of more Rays being played on Ascent. And you know what? I'm here for it, Ravish.
I agree. Fade is very, very good. And considering how things have shaped up, as of right now, I imagine we'll see a very similar type of double initiator in essence of composition. And yep, that's almost exactly what we're seeing. Instead of switch out the Sova, Ready Savage yet again on the Killjoy, matched by Saya player on the Chamber. So pretty much what we expected out of both these teams, I'd say.
Yeah. I know I just typed up the Rays a bunch, but yeah, none of these teams really doing that. I do think that Sora are kind of sticking to their guns. This is a pretty, not classic composition, but it works extremely well on Ascent. I actually really like the Killjoy pick from Randy Savage. I think Killjoy's swarm grenades as well as alarm bots do such a good job of giving your team information, especially on the defense, when you can more or less lock down tree on that A side, or really just the B side in general. Yeah, I gotta go through those double doors, and on top of that too, you throw an alarm bot down in the middle, you get that information. I think Killjoy gets a lot of value here. And since the guard are not really bringing agents that have a lot of utility, that blow up utility, it's going to be a little bit easier. They just have to kind of rely on Jonah P to be able to land those 0 points in order to shut that defensive capability down. But I'm getting ahead of myself because the guard are going to be starting us out on this defense, while Soar are going to be starting this attack, and Randy Savage has already taken a couple of bullets. So not necessarily the start that they wanted, but it's a start they will still take. FC now going to be moving up to get middle control.
Still, whether they managed to push up all the way through mid.
Ooh.
Solid pick off at the beginning. But from here to the mid battle continues as all that control given over right now to Soar. As Apathy's like totally and brazenly going all the way into their spawn, but deciding to hold off.
Okay, the Prowler gonna go get that information, and now the shock bolt's ready from Trent. Oh, that's a lot of value.
Managed to tag pretty much all three of them. We should be seeing a very similar 30-second execute. No.
No. Oh.
All right, my brother, gonna need to practice hitting moving targets from now on, but through this, they signal through the second shock dart at least. Randy Savage, that goes down. And with him blinded, Vic can't do nothing, just shots going wide. And Soar will not come out alive.
You know, That's a really cool utility combo that I haven't seen too often. Use the Prowler off of a flash grenade. Because the Prowler it works similar to a Paranoia as well as Deafens as well, I believe. And so you use, obviously you can shoot it as it's kind of running towards you and you're like, oh, what is this spooky nightmare thing? But hey, if the person's flash, they can't see where it is, and then the Prowler's going to get them as well. That extends the flash even longer and more or less guarantees a pretty easy, quick kill. So once again, history repeating itself. The guard win out on pistols. Start of the map every single time. Guard always going to be winning out on pistols. But let's see how SOAR want to adapt. They have won the second round before. See if they can do it again. Already making a lot of movement onto this A site. Probably just to rescue that ultimate orb. And I imagine they're going to let the lurkers get a little bit of space. Maybe a pick or two before they decide to move in and commit to one of these sites.
Play we see before. I'm expecting some 30-second execute. We have in bands on their tag. I mean, on our source at times.
Revealing area.
We didn't just see and the dart tags almost full. Now, through this, like, did you just shoot way past the scene looking to push? Easy stuff. And through this, but Ready Savage and just dodge the Prowler, but Net and Valen see him, and that just leads to on the outside of A.
Yeah, A is so hard to hit, especially too if you're at a gun disadvantage. You know, you just ideally you'd want to just walk things through, but the guard have more than enough utility to make that push so difficult, especially too with their positioning. It was just so easy for them to hold those close angles, not even give SOAR an opportunity to find a foot in the door. Just toss out a couple of smokes and more or less you've completely slowed down their push. Next thing you know, SOAR up against the clock, backs against the wall, had to do something, gotta run through it, and that's when things start to get messy. Of course, Trent being able to take that spike down, absolutely massive, because that just makes it doesn't even give SOAR the option to rotate around. Still, really good stuff coming out of the guard. All of them stayed alive. Gonna see a proper bonus coming in this time around, but SOAR are gonna have the rifles. The guard have to play a little bit closer quarters, look for some of those cheeky picks, and maybe rescue a couple of rifles to secure this bonus in their favor. They need to start off strong like they have been on these past maps as well.
Does Empathy check his corners? Doesn't need to though, but I was gonna say the fact that he managed to get it alive is impressive, especially up against Spectre.
No way.
Is well done, and that's gonna cost them side player's life. The fact that they let him get away. Spike's still in a neutral spot. But through this, SOAR yet again whack away.
And they were able to bait out quite a bit of utility there. The fragment as well as the smoke. Now the Prowler are going to get a bit more, so the guard are going to be trying to play this, but won't have as much utility to try and slow things down. But Net gets Empathy on the open and just going to run backwards. Stay nice and safe.
30 seconds left.
And that as well too, with no information on his end. Has to play a pretty awful gamble as to how to try to move in the swing out that was right in front of him as he moves in past smoke. The rifle only catches them, but all you gotta do is delay. Question is, can they do so? Around green, as they can't try to wall bang it, but what if he has no utility? The knife's still not gonna be up for another 25 seconds. Position, they were looking the wrong way, and he looks to move downstairs. That's what he needs. 2 perfect 1v1 to try to secure this. But with the way they're at, they can swing out against him as 2 spots. 1, it's just through the boxes each time, directly landing onto him.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that was a good play by Vic and Bones. You know, just Get the buddy system. Don't give them the 1v1 at all costs. It looked like for a second they were going to try and take a little bit of a cross angle and set themselves up there, but realized as soon as Jonah P was starting to move on site, maybe we just got to chill out a little bit. Played it nice together. You know, togetherness is always great, and was able to just win that duel out. Now, a lot of economic damage done to Soar's economy, though. Only 2 of their members able to survive that round. So all things considered, a pretty good bonus coming out of the guard. Would have preferred to see the round win, but doesn't matter. Now they have rifles. Seiya's got a op. Things are looking pretty comfortable for them. Empathy already, once again, see this over and over again, going to be getting that mid control and start to push things forwards. This time around, though, nobody from the guard is going to be hanging out here, but you know Empathy is going to be checking his corners.
As he should be. I said it before. You gotta make sure to do that no matter what happens. Oh, but it does get tracked by the trademark, interesting enough. It's always Saya player. The fact that he stayed is interesting. I'm sure they expected him to move back, but I think that'll let him know, like, hey, maybe I should not be here anymore.
Comes the execute. Saya good for 1. Oh, but Empathy trades that one back immediately. Now 4v4 here. Empathy able to get one through the smoke as well. Are you kidding me? Now Bone's going to be walking in here, but Net finds the pick first. Looking for another. Net is good for many. Now it's 2v1. Spike is down, but they're going to be able to put this one down, Ravish. Only 1 up against 2. Let's see how Valen wants to play this.
The exact same situation they had before with Net, but this time Valen does have some utility to use. But I do not think that Stroke is going to give him the exact the previous position that was previously held. And they just have a pretty nice triangle angle on him. At 90 degrees, it's easy to get that A square up with B square when Valen is C square.
You just bust out Pythagoras' theorem on me?
Maybe.
Oh man, I'm getting flashbacks to school right here. But yeah, Anthony coming up big there was one of the main reasons why Soar were able to make that one work. Just honestly, I think it's the blind spray through the smoke and being able to secure that kill that really just solidified that round for Soar. The guard, I think if they were able to sneak that last member out, they would have had enough numbers to be able to push in confidently and make that one a lot more possible. And that really did a good job of trying to tie it up. But unfortunately, just fell a little bit short. Now, it's going to be a bit of a save coming in from the guard. Seiya, though, taking a lot of space. He's trying to control the board like a game of Risk. This time, Soar looking at this A site. Empathy might get caught off guard here, but nope, Seiya goes down as Bones finds the pick.
Shout out to them, but even went through the pick. Valen, considering he was tagged, there was really nowhere to go. At CP, not gonna help him out either. And with 2 free picks like that to start off the round, the Sorokins walk their way past the site, and with really some bread at this point for the guard. Trent gets 2 though. Okay, but that'll be all he gets.
Whew. Oh, hey, if Trent could have gotten 1 more, I think that would have been pretty darn good. Obviously not enough to damage Soar's economy at this point, as they've won those 3 rounds in a row. They're feeling nice and comfortable. Might have been able to deny an operator if Empathy decides to go for it, but yeah, it's just, you know, I think there was a little bit of a gun difference, catching the guard in awkward positions, and well, Trent really tried his best here to try and just tie things up and make it a little bit more possible. Not going to be able to do so. Regardless, a lot of ultimates online for both these teams. Net does have the Nightfall. I think that works more as a re-engagement tool if they need to retake the site. I don't think it's going to work out too well if they try to use that to slow the play down. But the null command is definitely going to do a much better job of that, as Seiya player has to back off, respecting the flash. Oh!
I mean, even without the flash though, he immediately gets swung upon. Null command now being null and void. It'll still allow all of Soar to get onto A once again. The biggest thing as at this point is they're not moving in with at least a man advantage.
There's Fury coming out. Oh, sorry.
Actually, no one though. Yeah, they're fine. With the Nightfall. Well, Parn, but the Prowler is through this. There's no watching up on Heaven. It's a heavy investment round for the guard as well. Bunch of walls being put out, just try to take this round back, but where did all of the shots go?
Oh my
He was
goodness.
right above him.
Empathy?
I'm just confused. That shouldn't have happened.
Empathy? That was 3 wallbang headshots. And able to survive, too. Guard are now going to be taking a timeout as they're going to be back onto an economic save. I was going to say the Hunter's Fury came out to try and clear things out, but it just seemed like it was a little bit too scattered. Unfortunately, they couldn't take enough of the site there, and immediately as Jonah P fell down and the null command more or less got shut down, well, it was pretty clean, honestly. You just have Empathy just kind of hanging out, hitting that A key, hitting that D key, just going back and forth and finding headshots, and the rest is going to be history. Empathy, once again, really doing a great job for Soar Gaming here. So the guard, they started it out strong, and it's slowly starting to slip away from them. Gotta start to figure out how they want to start playing this, because right now, Soar, they look comfortable, and it looks like they know exactly what the guard are doing. We've seen them execute very similar strategies every single time. Gonna just toss out the smoke onto mid, use Empathy to get a little bit of space. But the guard have just been giving that up every single time. Say a player. Gonna be busting out the tour to force. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with right there. Now, let's see how Soar want to play this. They do have that lockdown available as well, alongside the Hunter's Fury. Both incredibly good stall tools that could be used next round to punish the guard's economy even more.
The guard is right now. Seem to be doing okay at least. Considering all the investment they had so far, say a player willing to pop off this round.
Ooh.
And that gets taken out though. It's unfortunate with all the info they just lost, and past the smoke they're just spraying into yet again by Heaven. And like they just know where the guard are going to be, nothing gets to happen for them. It's a shutdown after shutdown. And a flawless hit again by Soar.
Well, okay, this is the round that's going to be important for the guard. If they're able to get this, they can stabilize themselves, and life will be good. Once again, Soar, they do have enough utility to try and make this hard. This is the round that Soar really want to win in order to make sure that they can just punish the guard even further, solidify their lead, make it that much bigger. It's going to be looking like the economic wage gap if Soar win this round, but still, the guard, they got to start to figure something out here. This defense hasn't been working. They're starting to rotate things around, which I like. Variety is the spice of life, but that's so much utility being tossed in already. See if it's enough to slow them down.
Apparently not. As through this, both flashes get thrown out. The flash drives being gone will mean that now the guard have to look for another way to try to move back in, and a net also taken away.
Spike planted.
Barely any more useful from the initiator, so now you gotta be looking at the guard. Okay, now where do they go? Do they hide in the smoke once more, or do they have to rush their way in? And they're running away, so they're saving.
Yep. And honestly, this is kind of what I expected. This was a very heavy investment from the guard. They really needed to win this round. And the fact that they're able to have 3 of their members alive and save those rifles is going to be important for them moving forwards. It's tough, you know? You gotta scrape every penny that you can get if you're the guard. The Soar are going to take this now 6-2. Honestly, we usually see the scoreline come out for the guard where they're looking pretty comfortable with things, but right now, Soar making a name for themselves on Ascent. Spike is going to go down, and Soar are hunting. See if they can find any picks.
Well, no. In fact, it's the guard who manages to find one at least. Their first round, they'll make it a flawless. But hey, it takes the 2 as at this point. And I feel as though we've seen this score line before, Marks. It is 6 in a row. We've seen to be almost 8 previously.
Yeah. I mean, hey, maybe this is good. Maybe the guard in the second half will start to turn things up, but there's still 4 rounds left in this half. And once again, because 3 of their members were able to survive, it's not going to be that terrible for them. A lot of ultimates online for either of these teams.
Pizza.
Pizza's always good. But you know what's even better? Winning Valorant.
What's that? You're right. That'll reduce my hunger for sure.
Nothing like eating these hard dubs. Am I right, Ravish? Not even
looking at how. Not even looking at how. Sora's moving. should be able to find a couple to swim back. The turret gets one.
Oh boy.
They got a 6 stage it. And the unorthodox push into spawn doesn't work out for the guard. Looks like no one is standing there. The defense, unfortunately, once again removed. And the unread push is thwarted by Soar. We're up against 2v5. There's not much more to be done here.
No, the guard once again opting for the save. Oh man, yeah, I liked the idea. They changed it up a little bit more. They decided to move into it, but unfortunately the chaos just came out with Soar in favor. You know, the bear was so scared even he was just hiding behind the door there. It was an absolute massacre just kind of coming out. And the guard really were looking for a couple of kills, got rewarded with none. Instead, it's going to be Soar walking away with 3 for free, more or less. And a lot of guns going to be down, so good stuff coming out from Soar. I like the innovation coming out from the guard, but it just didn't stick. So they're back to the drawing board yet again. 7-2. It's not looking too good. 3 more rounds left. Saya player might be able to get 1. Not going to be able to find the... Oh, that's the bear's face. I was like, what are we looking at for a second? Saya player did find 1, though. Just for the record.
Far too close. Honestly. But hey. Whether it be the bear face being too close or the guard's ultimate demise being a little bit closer.
Ultimate demise?
Dude, I'm looking right now. This is tough, bro.
This is tough. This is tough.
Like, it's acid to pistols that they've already gotten. Every single point that the guard tried to innovate, evolve, or even abolish, editing the Soar has done, it hasn't worked out. And now net, and rat corner by logs, even that can't happen. It's a broken by the end of it by guard, but hey, look to check all the corners.
Enemy remaining.
And they get 2 by the end of it, but the Sarah player lives. Saya player, no. But he has the op. It is a 1v1. You could try to go for the res, but 1 second left. It looks like he won't commit to it. They know where he is, though.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh!
Okay.
Oh! I did not think the Ray Cyrus would have peeked into, but I thought he would have been like, okay, it's fine. I'll chill on the site. I'll put on my turret. I'll be okay. That was bold. But the guard got thrown around. All right. Although it was costly. Let's look at it. They saved the op. This is the comeback. Let's go. Let's see it.
Oh, but why would you say that out loud? No, it's now that anything could happen. We don't know what's going to happen here.
Everything's fine.
Oh, man. So I think what kind of happened there was because Bones was down in the res form, you know, you still are able to see a little bit, even though you're just waiting for that res, right? And so the fact that he was able to see Saya player, I think that allowed Randy Savage to feel a little bit more confident in trying to go up there and get that swing, but the timing just did not work out. And it's through a wall, finds ahead, rest was history. This time around though, Soar gonna be moving things through, but Valen is already down. They're here just for the ultimate orb as well. They don't even have the spike. They're already gonna be backing off. That 1 kill is gonna be more than enough.
Still, we've seen Swordless do this a lot. The one being taken away, the biggest thing this time though is at least the guard have both initiators to use it as an opportunity for a retake.
Oh boy.
Which they will admittedly have to opt into as lockdown goes down. If you note though is the Saya player is still on the site. Still waiting for them to peek in. Was down a couple shots, but not gonna get tagged. I will manage to move away, but on the comeback, on the site, he's stuck though. That's the biggest thing. But it doesn't matter to peek into him, but they get 2. Chetnap moves in with the rest of the guard, becomes a 2v2 by the end somehow. And now they have an opportunity. The spike is not dropped on site. The guard just have to play that. Reposition works out well, and Jonah P times it even better. Making it a pretty easy 3-4. He peeks into him, and the Molly does just enough.
Last round.
Oh boy. If Saya did not find those bullets, oh, it would have not been good. Oh, that was such a risky play, but so bold, and you gotta commend Sai for just sticking to the point. Being able to shut down a couple of people, I think that just works. So, with that in mind, the guard, you know, I'm not saying anything just quite yet, but it's looking better for them. They're able to get 2 rounds in a row. It's still not that much compared to the 7 that Soar got in a row, but still, it's a step in the right direction. This is the last round and a half. We're going to be seeing Saya bring out the Tour de Force. It's going to be an early Prowler that just kind of hits the turret, but that's going to deny Randy Savage any momentum. See how they want to engage. This is a very classic Soar move. Empathy moving up, gets picked by Saya player. And suddenly this is looking a lot more possible for the guard to get things nice and close.
So good attack onto 1 though, being dead. Moving it all the way back into Speedway. With 2 doubling up.
Cover going out.
Down through mid. The guard have not changed up their defensive half. They're looking at it 8-4 potentially.
Oh. Good flush out, but Soar, they're so scared to move in anywhere without empathy. You know, I would imagine the next person who has to really get ground is either going to be Bones or Randy Savage, but still, Saya with that Tour de Force is almost like a magnet pushing them away. They're so scared to walk into any of those sight lines because they know that it could just be a 1-click, 1-kill. And Saya's bold with it as well. Look at this. Goes through the smoke, but Randy finds the headshot there.
The shot is barely off center.
10 seconds left.
That'll allow for more than enough time. Trying to move in.
Perfect.
But net saving the round might not be enough. They have enough to get the spike down. But just barely, and now here it comes. Bones with no command. The 1v2, they could try to pincer him from both stairs and Speedway. But setting up one against the next, the double peek is good. And the guard makes it 7-5. See, I knew if I said 8-4, I would curse it.
This is good. This is good. You told me that you weren't superstitious yesterday, but you know, you're paying attention to at least some of these.
I mean, I'm not, but I am.
Oh, okay. Just depends on what day of the week, right, Ravish?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, today's a Thursday. I'm a bit more scared today.
Okay, okay.
Just saying.
You know, you hear the Sunday scaries, but not the Thursday terrifies? I don't know.
Why would I be scared on Sunday? That is the day of the Lord, my friend.
You're right. But still, really good stuff coming out from the guard that time around. A very good momentum shift around that they really needed there, because Soar were like, oh yeah, you know, we're just playing a good old game of Valorant, where it looked like the guard were like, oh my goodness me, what do we even do here? So they're able to pull things back, especially for this half, make it a lot closer together, which is going to be extremely important for them. Now we're going to be seeing the guard on the attack. I think that their utility is a little bit better positioned for the attack, given the fact that they got so much utility that gives a lot of information. But still, you never know. Soar might be really good at the defense as well, especially with that Killjoy. I've mentioned the Killjoy before, but I'm going to mention it again. That utility is going to be extremely powerful at siphoning them, pushing them through whatever lane that they really want them to. And so I think that the guard just have to be aware of that. And as long as they kind of play around that utility and are conscious of it, then I think that the guard can come out on top of this.
As of right now, they're actually managing to avoid pretty much all of the utility they have in front of themselves in terms of the util. But they should be spotted with the alarm bot down mid. And as soon as that triggers, yep, there we go. They've not been able to see as to where the guard is pushing, right past the door. They said, yeah, we've been giving away. We might as well look to commit. Shot to slow them down, but not much more past that's physics. He sees the shots going his way, but
You're kidding
they
me.
won't get much more on the other end for empathy. He just gets threes and walk into the site. I don't know how that happened, but it worked.
Oh, goodness me. Okay. Well. Hey, you want to hear a fun statistic, Ravish?
What's that?
Every single map that we've seen so far, the first pistol round, the guard wins. The second pistol round, Soar win it out. So good stuff. Listen, this is it's happened every single time. So, maybe something's in the water. Something's going on here, I'm not going to get too conspiracy theory about it, but, good stuff coming out from SOAR. They're going to have the weapons advantage this time around. And traditionally, SOAR have been extremely good on their second halves. They've really been able to just either run away with it or bring it really close together. Obviously, they're going to be trying to do something very similar here. Let's see if they're able to do so. The guard on a very classic setup. Going to be trying to go onto this A site, but SOAR really holding close angles might make this a lot more difficult for them.
The setup that they have right now with Wine and A, it could work well if two members of the guard push far enough into this, but as of right now, at the exact right time, they find Valen. After being so patient for so long, because a Sire player managed to push past trees, but Vic immediately trades it back. He's looking for his third. Oh, a shot by net. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Trent somehow wins that duel with a classic, as Bones is moving back and forth playing double dutch. So it makes it 2v2, though. Spike has not gone down, but he got 30 seconds. It's more than enough, but they want to deny the SOAR 2v1. Woo! Just barely. They clutch it.
Yeah, just barely. We've actually seen a similar situation happen earlier, but once again, they're able to pull that one out, but very expensive. Everybody except one person died from SOAR, especially given the fact that the guard hardly invested in that round. Really just counting their pennies, make sure that they've got everything in line. All the finances are going to be nice in order. And as a result, the guard are going to have rifles this round. This is going to force SOAR to buy up a little bit. It's a very broken, all over the place buy, but let's see if they can make that work. Physic going to have a judge in case that B-side does hit. But still, good information. Immediately, the suppression is going to catch many of the guard. So it's going to push them back as we see SOAR get set up on a very similar angle. Bones and Empathy holding it extremely close on A.
Let's work out though. Well, the flashback expanded along with the Molly too, to hold them off the site. A similar trading pattern to what we saw last round, but now with buys in their hands. The guard is set up a lot more default this time, interesting enough.
Yeah, they're playing this one slow, and I'm a little bit worried because this might just play into SOAR's hands. Like I said, that Killjoy utility could be really effective to try and funnel them out, but if they push into that KJ, it could stall them out just enough to really get the clock very close to being done. Looks like this time, though, the guard are going to be eyeing this A site. KO at the back, Jet on
30
site.
seconds left.
In hell. See how this engagement goes from Jonah P.
It's not fine, but there you go now. Flash for entry. It'll just be a trade, but considering they have more numbers there, they have to clear out Empathy down below. He sees the second. Side a little bit off on the tracker. And with just barely 10 seconds left. Alright, managed to secure it. Oh, the lurk from Trent works out. Ready Savage up top. And he managed to clear them all out. Here comes a 1v1. Sailplayer has the angle though. We see Empathy do this. Oh, we had to turn it out. He wasn't ready for that.
Oh my. I had to turn it out, just see the little... Honestly, I think you just saw enough to see Chambers' hairline as well as maybe one of his eyes. And that was just going to be enough. So player's able to get the punish there. And now the guard, they're back into it. That was a good round for them to get. Otherwise, SOAR are just going to start to run away with things right now. So great stuff coming out here. Let's watch this. Empathy, once again, such a good shot. I'm going to be honest, I was extremely nervous because I think if Empathy got one more, I don't think that the guard would have had enough time to get the spike down there. So, barely squeezing it by, the guard coming out on top, 6-9, 3-round difference. But look at this very interesting defensive setup by SOAR. Instead, they're going to make a nice little 4-player hold on mid. Well, I guess technically one's on B and one's on A as well, but a little bit unconventional. And the guard haven't traditionally really taken a lot of space on mid. And so I wonder if this is more to be reactionary once the guard have made their way onto one of the sites. As we know, the guard very slow to push onto these sites. And then if they come in through mid, it might catch them off guard type of deal, and then there's not going to be enough time to plant the spike. But still, this is a little bit different. Might work out here, especially as Sora are on the gun disadvantage this time around, Ravish.
But Ready Savage playing first contact, too. And with the drone as well right there. They managed to put that away. And two people that are at the back kind of playing floater near mid. It's an easy rotate over to force the guard away. And now they might actually look towards mid, maybe perhaps a mid-split push, but it's just a complete back away. As well, 1 or 2 trees, they think they've done it. Here comes the nightfall though. In response, and the shots traded right by trees. It's a running headshot from Trent. The drive-by is successful, but they can't get much more as there's still more targets. That's 1v2 by the end. This is their save round.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's about as thrifty as it gets.
Oh man. Acklemore in the house with Soar. I love the aggression coming in there. It's gonna be walking in, put a lot of pressure onto that A tree side, play off the utility. I really thought that it was gonna be looking a lot better, but Apathy just popped the knives, put on the pressure. Like I said, they just swarmed in on them as soon as they realized what the guard were doing. Was a little bit of a bait onto B, but it didn't matter. Soar had more than enough time to be able to rotate around and catch them off guard. Came from behind and took most of them out. Not good from the guard. They're going to be on a save. Save player comes out with the tour de force, but immediately just gets kind of suppressed. So not going to be able to take any of those opening peaks. Have been good. Physic spots out quite a few of them, but doesn't see enough as Net is able to find the first pick onto Apathy. That's a step in the right direction for a thrifty round if you're the guard.
Still with this, it's the same sort of util dump that we've seen before. When they see one person's there, he wins! Up against Sire player, he wins! And right past the op too, he gets into the side, where's all the shots going ready. Savage manages to peek as well.
One enemy remaining.
He takes out a go. I was gonna say, Vizik is still alive. The last second, it took a shock dart to kill him.
Oh, Physic kind of just being like, hey, Randy Savage, you're coming in, right? You're pretty good at shooting. Okay, I'm just gonna...
He's Neo.
I'm just gonna...
He dodged every bullet.
Yeah. Physic was like, somehow I'm alive. I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna hang out in the corner. You do your thing, man. Look, you got tagged by the recon dart. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it took 2 shock darts in order to take Physic out. Meanwhile, Randy Savage was more than just happy to just peek the corner, have that Vandal in hand, and completely shut things down. And now Soar, 5-round advantage, looking at sending the guard home, looking to advance to the the finals. We're in the semifinals right now, but this is such a fast defensive play, and just like that, it's gonna be Soar coming out on top.
Bye. Well, that round's done. They just push into them. Completely unexpected, unwarranted. And an unbelievable result has been faced in front of us. 6 rounds down, the guard will have to play a perfect game, but with how Soul are looking right now, it is going to be tough. The key to success that they might have to do is simply at this point either matching Soar's aggression or some, bro. I'm not a coach, I can't tell you. But some has to happen.
Yeah, something needs to change up here. Like you said, have to play this flawlessly, but Apathy just walks away with murder. Oh no.
Second?
Please.
Does he get it? Tucked in the corner.
Okay.
Puts up the look. Okay. That was really well played by Net. But on the other side, if we look towards mid, it was still a G trade where the Sword still come out on top. So the B tucks in the corner, Randy Savage now stuck, he can't peek out. It's 2v1. Slow phase match traded out. John OP. He's just flashed. He's stuck on top of stairs. If he goes up, he dies. He goes down to the side, he dies. And so he chooses option 3, dying in the middle of the stairs. And Soar Gaming will be your finalist against Knights and take down the guard.
Ravish, it happened. Soar, they come out on top. I'm gonna be honest with you, Soar played that so well. I have to talk about Apathy. Empathy was an absolute menace on Ascent. So much value. Honestly, the guard were having a really tough time as things started to as this map started to play itself out. Sayo player was doing his best to try and make sure that they were still going to be in this, but I'm going to be honest, just the pressure that Empathy was able to put onto the map, this is why you bring a duelist, this is why you have a Jet that is able to get so much space, and on top of that too, be able to secure those headshots left, right, and center. Such amazing things coming out from this team. Of course, we'd also have Randy Savage being so good on the Killjoy as well, but I really think that it was just Empathy playing that Jet, getting the space, and also finding the frags that made this so difficult. Consistently, the guard were losing some of their top fraggers. Say a player right off the bat, going down, and it's so hard to get back from it. And I think that really with the guard playing as slow as they did, it forced their hands multiple times to get into a lot more scrappier situations where SOAR were able to come out on top of them. It was ridiculous how often those scenarios came out, and SOAR were just able to walk away with things that they really honestly should not have been able to, Ravish.
Yeah, just that run on its own where they push into the spawn and they kill every single one of them. There's no trade. Nobody peeks against them. Nobody tries to even go against them. It's no 2v1s, it's 1v4s.
Yeah.
And now by the end, it's SOAR Gaming and Knights Academy for one final shot. This is it. And with the finals going up against them, we've seen them here before. Knights that had a grueling day yesterday with 6 maps to be played. And they persevered to here and SOAR themselves. The dominance they've shown, if they can keep that up, the Knights have a really hard task in front of them. But hey, I don't know what to say. So why don't y'all go ahead and sit back and get comfy for a second, hit the right marks.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of sitting and getting nice and comfortable, hey, you know what's a really good chair for that? Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers, that's you guys, everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55 on your way out. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. But just like you said, Ravish, we are going next up into the finals. It's going to be SOAR Gaming going up against Knights Academy. Let's see which team is going to be able to come out. But first, a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs land over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the lowest side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murray crew, which otherwise known as Exet and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down VAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crewer, Xset, and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas land.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not looking too
So
hot
everybody
right now.
knows.
You know, just making sure you guys know I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot. You know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
I have to 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z Zombie, I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay. That guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but, you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal. It's classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
Speedy shit.
With this, we're going into our finals between not the guard, but Soar versus Knights Academy. All right, we're showing you yet again our marks. A result that we weren't necessarily expecting, but are presently surprised by.
Oh, absolutely. And just to take a quick look at the bracket to see how we got here. Once again, Sword Gaming, the series we just covered, were able to beat it out against the guard, only dropping one map. So forced out all three. And then Knights Academy actually 2-0'd Dark Zero, which I'm going to be honest, Ravish, I'm not sure that I was really expecting that either. Regardless, though, we followed Knights Academy pretty closely yesterday, and so we were pretty familiar with this roster, and it seems like they're starting to really just get into their groove. So it's going to be Knights Academy going up against Soar in our finals tonight. Look at these squads. They're ready to go.
Yes, sir. Now, we saw Knights Academy all of yesterday as well, and honestly, many of them had extremely standout performances, especially Frosty on a couple of maps, too. Zeldris having some very clutch 3Ks, and Riku as well, you know, bringing it back. On the other end, though, Soar we just saw. These guys are disgustingly good. Ready Savage, especially, too, who has been nuts with a deagle. Empathy as well. And even Vic getting in some insane spray transfers when you're looking to hold down a lot of these rounds. So, going up against the two, we're able to see on which arenas they'll do battle in.
And yeah, let's take a look at the map mix because, oh, excuse me there. They've already come in here, and you know what? We're changing it up. We're started off on Breeze, which is going to be Soar's pick. Next up, we've got Ascent, pretty classic. That is Knights Academy pick. And last but not least, we're going to Haven if that map 3 does come out. But of course, going to be kicking it back. Everybody grab a nice little drink, maybe a little bit of sunscreen, because Breeze is going to be our first map here. And I don't think that we've seen Knights Academy really play on Breeze too often. According to the online statistics, they have a 57% win rate on this, but still, Soar, I think there's a reason why they picked this. They're probably going to be very comfortable on it, and I imagine we're going to be seeing some pretty good plays come out on Breeze.
I would hope so, because Breeze is the first different map we've gotten in the past 2 days. So
We're pretty happy about that.
Oh, 100%. As much as I may not like playing Breeze, I think the adaptation's still nice, and plus, Breeze gives us a bit more time for, you know, different strategies, perhaps even different iterations of compositions, and, you know, some different looks as to how we might say teams adapt to the other. The adaptation, though, we know Soar has been one team that has been so good at it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, maybe they did their homework last night, understanding that they were going to go up to against the guard, and just kind of saw what the guard wanted to run in order to try and counter-strat them a little bit more. But still, I think that Soar overall, they look really well and are playing together extremely well, which is also kind of funny because they do have like a stand-in here. I mean, Knights Academy also have a couple of stand-ins as well, but still, these squads are playing extremely well together, and they're doing a pretty good job of honestly being coordinated, especially on a map like Breeze where you've got a lot more open sight lines. It really does become about how you can control the space, especially because everything is kind of open. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to adapt to it. Obviously, when we talk about agents, we might see like a Viper, but I think Viper has not been too good on Breeze as of late. Obviously, the wall does a really good job of kind of separating things, but generally speaking, you want someone like an Omen, a Brim, you know, get a couple of different smokes out and really just hope that you can win some of these duels, because not as many tight angles to hold. It's going to be that long range rifle play that is going to make the difference between these two teams.
Exactly. And we've seen that, you know, on SOAR, having teams funnel themselves into a tight choke has been where they've thrived, especially Vic. But as of right now, although besides the small chokes, we know that what these teams do want is absolutely roam free, and what they can do so with the cool areas of breeze, with the compositions that we've seen from ourselves.
Yeah,
and it seems to be weird compositions for the first time in a while.
And I'm excited for the Apathy versus Frosty duel. We saw Frosty playing Jet yesterday, and Frosty not afraid to get aggressive, even with an operator in his hands. Once again, we've also seen Apathy just absolutely pop. Not necessarily an operator, pretty good rifler. Curious to see how this one is going to work out here. We are seeing, like you said, mirror compositions, and the Viper is going to be key pieces for both of these teams to be able to control the space. I imagine that we are going to be seeing that KO come out from both of these squads to be able to try and shut down that utility and make the entries a lot cleaner, while the chambers are just going to hold the long sight lines, specifically maybe mid, maybe down tube. Those are pretty classic areas we see the chamber play. So, you know what? This is going to be fun. A good old mirror matchup. Let's see who can play a little bit more coordinated, which strategies are going to come out. Very classic compositions coming here on Breeze. So, yeah, let's see how these cards unfold.
You know, I never really got how people like do all those like little shuffle things.
Really?
With cards. I feel like all those like pointy edges are so scary.
Oh.
It's cool to be able to like, you know, like move back and forth to be like and do all that with cards.
Yeah.
I never got how people do it. It just seemed so rough, and especially like how you know how you like cut them and like three. I don't know. It's all
Ravish?
a mystery to me. What's
When
up?
we hang out, I'm gonna teach you how to shuffle. It's not that hard.
I've never been able to do it.
Don't worry, when we hang out, you're gonna know how to do it. At least one of them. That is the Mark's guarantee for you, Ravish.
You're gonna fix my PC and teach me how to shuffle.
I'm here for you.
All right. With this though, we head into map number 1 of the finals for Night Summer Champs, number 7. Let's see what shapes out for both these teams. We double push down mid of the wall, going up to get the system more cover, but we'll see. Physic retreating, unfortunately gets one is not aware of Frosty pushing past the site. And Val's give away one for free. But Apathy as well, getting caught out towards arches. And a 2v4 pushing into B is an unideal situation. And against one, it is a horrible situation.
Yeah, maybe even a terrifying one there. I think that was a pretty interesting attack that we saw coming from SOAR. A little unconventional, as they just kind of like ran through mid and then went to the B site, but tried to get spawn control first. So unfortunately there, not able to get the first pick in the back of spawn, losing one. And then, yeah, the people who were actually hanging out on site were just able to get a couple of picks, and the rest of the round was basically just over as they got collapsed upon. So Knights Academy, you know, good adaptation. They just kind of held their ground there, and SOAR just kind of played right into them. Still though, let's see how they do this time. We're going to be seeing those marshals come online for mostly Knights Academy. We are seeing Apathy bring one out as well, but we are seeing a couple Spectres too. I think that the Spectres are going to play extremely well around that B Viper setup, but it does look like SOAR are interested in this A site, getting a little bit more aggro with it. Want to move up here. Might be able to catch someone out if not careful. Dangerous corner to peek here. Let's see if Riku does it.
Yeah, like Riku must know there's somebody there. There's no shot he doesn't.
Oh, there it is.
And gonna make the safe bet of using the drone, and through that, you take it away. But on the other side, he's Savage going down towards tunnel. So now, PKA, their defense is a bit more scattered, and they have to spread out just a tad more. But SOAR stacked up as 4 towards A, and Knife has already gone out.
Oh.
These molly slowed them down, but as soon as that goes away, they should look to push in. Zeldris is gone, and this A side should easily be theirs. But that shall come through now. And with Frosty, so waiting for them to push past it, they still don't move in. The wall not going up. Okay, now they can start the spike.
And yeah, this is going to be so easy for Sword to be able to get on site. Oh no, Randy Savage also finds Frosty as well. It's all going bad for the Knights Academy. Honestly, I think that this... Okay, there we go. Randy Savage finally goes down there, but Apathy was just able to open up that A site with that Marshall, and now the Knights have to try and at least punish Sora a little bit more. Get a couple of their guns out of their hands. Hopefully make things work out for them. Apathy almost found one. Is going to choose to back off.
Which is two there as well. They managed to find one. BNS finds the timing onto Apathy. But through this, they still have to try to take them out and not sure where they're holding. Vic. It's the only one target in front of themselves. And BNS, there is just no shot he managed to do anything here. Another save. A thrifty he's had for so.
Yeah. That's amazing for Sora. We've seen them do this against the guard last time around. But yeah, Apathy going in and buying that Marshall. Despite the fact that they got the information, Riku used that owl drone to be able to get that information that the Marshall was in their hands. Still nothing they could do. Apathy just able to find a couple of picks. And of course you leave the chamber on the flank. Has that headhunter looking for some heads, able to find the heads. Of course, in classic Randy Savage fashion. And just like that, the site was going to be more or less opened up. So good round from Sor. Now Knights are going to be on their save while Sor are going to be, you know, taking this quote-unquote bonus, but also too, they did buy up a little bit. So it's still looking really good for them. Frosty, though, getting aggressive as Frosty always does.
Dude, this day I should have the flash out. But up against two, if Frosty finds the timing, this could be clutch, but there's a flash drive. There's also two more moving backwards. Should be able to see it. That's one. The shot lands. He managed to get the dink onto Physic, which sadly can't secure the kill. He is 5 health. Oh, it's tough, but at least stayed alive.
Yeah, and I think that was enough of a deterrence, given the fact that that was just a one person. Just get a kill, as well as basically take the other person down to be a tickle's worth of death away. Now, there's going to be Sor taking a little bit more middle presence here.
Never heard of that before.
Honestly, me neither. Still though, Sor, they're going to be moving things up. Looking to move in there, but the Sova might catch them off guard. Riku could be good, especially too after seeing the cloud burst. Still, it's Oxy on site here, finds the back of Randy Savage.
Ooh! And manages to relocate right on time, but the Dutch should actually spotted Oxy. So now in the 4v3, they have to say how PK managed to retake flash play from Apathy. And that's just 3. They'd give over to him. Now I wouldn't say it for free. You have to work for it, but he works and he didn't work hard enough.
Nope. And that's really hard. I mean, obviously just a shorty in hand, hoping that they try and push him, but it's gonna be a spray through the door. Yeah, just goes right through those wooden planks, and just like that, you're gonna be down into the ground. So now, this is when the Knights Academy are gonna be able to buy their rifles. This is when, hopefully, things will start to work out. A little bit of an interesting score line to start us out here. Sor took 2 rounds in a row. Usually it's the other way around. Still, Sor feeling nice and comfortable. Physic, continuing with the Spectre. I think that this could still work out, but honestly, they have to deal with Apathy. Apathy is just kind of running around in their space and catching people off guard, able to find a lot of value doing Apathy things. It's one way to deal.
Yeah, hey. The thing is, when you do Apathy things, you can't do them if you're dead, Marks.
You're right. That's the missing piece.
But hey, at least with this, I'm sure that the rest of the team will try to pick up the rest of the pieces and try to fill the hole that I left them in. It's like an anime, you know? What do you do when just the person you leaned on is gone?
You fall.
Wow, okay, that was dark. Never mind.
I'm just speaking truth, Ravish.
I guess Sor Dunzo, bro. Okay,
that's why they're called Sor. I get it now.
Oh my my god. Okay, anyway.
It's all coming together.
Frosty, ready to move into 3, but Savage sicker on the trigger and Zeldris. Unfortunately, not bigger. Making it 2v2 by the end. The res for Sora could be there if they take out Riku's. It has all up to Vic right now, though. He's one up top by Bridge, but Oxy just has the better angle on him.
Yeah. And on top of that, too, this is a player that Sora need to look out for a little bit more, because Oxy, as we've seen yesterday, really good at just kind of holding things down, incredibly accurate with the aim, doesn't reposition a lot, much like Frosty does. Frosty is going to be moving around all over the place and able to take those duels, but Oxy just kind of stays his ground and is a very reliable person to just hold things down. So, good stuff coming out from Knights thus far. They tie it up 2-2. Still though, rifles across the board here. This time the Viper Spit early deployment onto the A site as Empathy gets caught up by that 0 point.
All it'll do for now, though, is just slow down the push to Lace, but catch the early info as to where they're likely looking to push ahead, which is unsurprising, considering the Viper's Pit over by A. So the spike is inching towards B site, interestingly enough. If you look at Vic 2, if he checks over by window, he might be able to catch one, considering they're right below it. Spike being dropped there too, could be tragic. Watch the arm, Oxy repositions. Now they have an opportunity to case the space back. After he already managed to move over, he goes down and Frosty has the angle. We're checking below. That works out. Flash drive, swing away. Savage relocates. I respect it. It's okay.
Savage was blinded. That's why Savage didn't shoot there. But yeah, just watching the KO run out in front of you, like, wait a second, what is going on? But yeah, this is not going to be a winnable situation. Savage just has to back off here, try and save the rifle. You know, unfortunately, Physic checked the corner, but didn't really actually check the corner. Just did it more for a cosmetic check, if you will. And as a result, it was just so easy for Frosty to be able to find a couple of picks. And now Savage able to take out Zeldris, but still
gets the KO. Hey,
easy round for the Knights Academy. Just holding down that B site, didn't even give that up. And also too, I loved Riku's positioning in mid. You know, just didn't play by the door, played just around the door, waited for them to try and swing around before Riku decided to pounce. But at that point, you know, it was more of an insurance, just in case. So things kind of worked out there. But yeah, this is Frosty just being able to go it up. And Randy Savage just closing out the round there. So solid defense from PKA. Once they were able to get the rifles into their hand, they're looking pretty comfortable now. It seems that they're pretty good. They're swapping up the Viper setup fairly frequently, which I think is incredibly important. That way, you know, Sora are going to have to guess themselves a little bit more. But it's going to be Knives and the Tour de Force online for Sora to try and force out this economic disadvantage and make it a little bit more even.
Yeah, also the Viper's Pit available too, so this could be a very heavy investment round from Sora, likely just inching themselves towards A, so I'll be opting in for shallow control in case he gets the spike down. If the drone is reused right now though, I'm assuming maybe actually be able to push up against Sova on the other side, but they don't know about the location of Empathy Riku. Instead decides to just move away and let things be. Now, through this, they get mid, I was gonna say, but exact right timing for Riku. Managed to hear the jump.
So smart.
So not all their control, still not part of Sora.
Sora haven't been able to get onto the site yet. Randy Savage able to take one, but trades going back and forth. Now's gonna be the opportunity.
It is indeed. Especially with VNS going down to get all that covered. But I think we were talking about when Frosty comes towards the back. Remember we said too, this is a very heavy investment round, so losing it all on your investment could be devastating for Sora. So 1v2, they should be aware that they're likely hiding inside the Viper's Pit. Oxy doesn't know, that's the thing. He has to be oh so careful. And decided to take the long way around, still a lot of time currently. But after the snake bite, should be able to see that they won't be moved away and There's it. Still right by the spike, waiting for him to move against them.
Yeah, and like you said, a very heavy investment coming out from Soar in order to win that round, but a necessary one. Look at their economy. If they didn't win that one out, they wouldn't have been able to buy up here. Meanwhile, the Knights Academy, a little bit of a different story. They're going to stretch it just to make it work. They do have the Oxy with the tour de force, which is going to make that a lot more possible. And let's see how they kind of play things out. I just wanted to quickly comment, actually. I loved the VNS's smoke. Obviously, the wall got set up there, but was so conscious setting up the orb in order to deny any presence from that tube. And already right off the bat, the knives get popped, but immediately shut down. And yeah, they're just gonna, Sour's just gonna back off. They have a good inkling of what's going on, and they're just gonna try and pressure down this B site now. But the Knights Academy, they're aware of this, and they've moved people around. They're ready for it. Let's see how these teams go up against each other now.
And it is now Knights Academy's turn to use both the knives and the tour de force. But instead, they'll use all those tools to retake and finally make it a 5v5. A word I haven't said in a very long time. As Frosty likes to move in, as she gets caught, gets dropped below, the knives are now gone. That's Riku. There's a contact. Ooh. A nice shot goes through. Good on Bones to get the trade back, but they have the correct angles on the side of PKA to effectively remove all of them. Heart is Fury still available. That gets put out early on. They have it to have to get the first tag, and you get the second. As two going down, Ready Savage comes in the back as well. And now it's just about delaying. And delay they do.
Yeah. Good stuff coming out from the Sova player, from Soar. Physics. Playing the stall game, that's kind of what you want to see, but at the same time, you know, having Randy Savage come in for mid is huge as well. Obviously, we know that Oxy had that tour de force online, was looking for the defense, and just the fact that Physic was able to take one out and Randy Savage found Oxy, it just made it so much easier. Suddenly that spike diffuse became next to nothing. So difficult. Now Soar take the lead once again, 4-3. Knights Academy, their economy's broken. They are going to have a couple of marshals here. I don't know how much value they're going to be able to get out of them. Sweet little lineup there. Wish I knew that lineup. That would help me a lot on my Breeze games, honestly.
Yeah, but then you'd be playing Breeze, and that's bad enough as it is. Ooh. Frosty, though, getting punished finally for the aggressive push out. With this, PK may have to change a little bit on how they're holding. Once again, although losing Frosty is tough, still for now, they're heavily leaning towards that B site. Soar.
Yeah, the Viper's utility is set up here, so VNS could do a decent job of holding things down. Apathy might not be expecting VNS up here. Nope, is expecting it, and now it's just going to be a free site take for Soar.
Really nice initial shot, and even Riku as well. The fact that they didn't manage to go down is nice, but not a ton more that can be done. A Dart managed to catch the person right on the spike as Bones. But the trade back is there. And the Dart is all they will get.
Oh!
That's right throughout, just Bones gets 4.
Yeah, that's pretty clean with it. You don't want your Viper falling down first. Makes it a lot more difficult to try and hold things. Suddenly the door is just swung wide open. Not going to be an issue to get through that choke. Riku tried to keep that one alive, but look at this aggression coming out from Soar. They know that they have the gun advantage, and they know that the Knights Academy might just be taking a second to set themselves up. Hey, this is the time we push into them. Let's get some headshots. Let's walk in there and have a merry good old time with our Vandals. And that's exactly what happened there. So, Soar, looking good once again. Let's see if they can continue this advantage over the Knights Academy team, because the Knights Academy, they're starting to struggle a little bit more. They will be able to buy up rifles this round. But they gotta switch something up, because Soar are getting a lot of ground for more or less for free.
Knights Academy has a tendency to make every single game we see them extremely close. Like, literally nail biters at this point, where it is almost always either 2 to 3 round differentials, and that's it.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that yet again. And even now, just being 2 rounds down, they decide to adapt and evolve on how the defenses go. Seems like they might not be doing that Frosty push anymore. Outside of A. And although Frosty's still on A, they might be looking to push out through doors instead.
And actually, that aggression that we're seeing from the Knights Academy, specifically Frosty, Soar have been doing a really good job of punishing it. You raise a really good point. I think that they just kind of need to slow the pace down in order to take him out. But it's going to be a null command early. Now they're moving in.
Basha gets put on Zeldris right below the stairs, gets spotted, but as Frosty moves back through the doors, still every single one of Knights Academy. Although all of them were nearby, had a different angle onto the site, they all get cleared out. It's as though they were dust, and
One enemy remaining.
right now Sora is the bin.
Yeah, I think Oxy's just going to be backing off of here. Save the operator. Randy Savage, once again, just kind of holding it down. Long sight lines with the op, but a very fast engage using the null command. Take Knights Academy by storm. And you could tell that PK were not expecting it. Thus far, Soar have been pretty tame in their attacks. Get a little bit of information, see what is the most tactically sound place to push into, and let's execute on that site. But this time around, they're like, nope, full send, woohoo, acceleration, let's go. And it just completely overwhelmed the A site. There was only one defender there at the time, and that's going to be a very easy plant. So a hard round for Academy as they invested into this round. They just tried to, you know, really put the guns back into their hands and get the momentum back and try and get a couple of picks, but Soar run right over them, much like a tidal wave. We're on Reese. That's an accurate joke, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe more so on Pearl, but you know, Breeze has waves as they wash back and forth, slowly moving our troubles away.
Much like this crab. He's just chilling.
The crab is so cute. You know, when they updated Breeze, they removed one of the tracks the crab used to go on. I was so sad.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. I gotta have Jeff Lando. What's up? But either way, sure, PKA not searching for crabs. They're in fact searching for Sword. They see Vic, and Vic sees them too. A 1-for-1 by the end, and not a bad trade at all. But the fact they still have the is troubling definitely for Sword.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think they really wanted to lose Frosty at the start of that round, but thankfully Oxy was there this time to be able to get that trade effectively. We've seen Frosty just kind of lose their life. Nothing gained, nothing lost for Soar at all. So good job, at least committing that double swing. Get a single pick there, and now it looks like they want to move in on A. This is going to be tough though. A lot of utility from VNS is going to deny this, make it a lot more harder for them to get in.
I mean, maybe this might be exactly what makes it tougher. I was waiting. Okay, there's no, he checks this, right? But they can't scope in time. Are they attacking op being gone? The Absalom PKA side, they reposition all the way over towards A. And they pulled all the rotation. They see B side is completely empty. So gets a free plant.
Yeah, more than enough time to be able to get that. And that's the flank that Bones was setting up. Able to just get on there. Now finally, Trademark's going to give a little bit of information, but Bones is already in the spawn. Able to find one pick and the spike is down.
Only have the man advantage right now. Remember the way they're set up. It's interesting because you see how they're still hunting through mid on the side of Soar. Not being able to catch what they're holding. This side's even tougher. We're both being doubled up. Now on top of the side, Zeldris managed to get one. I said, look, already savage Zeldris. Yo, that was a nasty shot. Clearing him out. Thought they would have actually had time. But they just gotta wait for it. He gets it to half. He has to peek this right now, and there's just no time.
Man, Zeldris almost was able to clutch that one out. A pretty clean retake coming in, being able to check all those corners and find, honestly, good headshots, good crosshair placement, just kind of anticipating where Soar might have set up. But yeah, the stall was just a little bit too strong. Once again, to start things off, taking the pick onto Vic, and then Zeldris just hanging around there, like you said, just kind of expecting that to happen. But yeah, Bones doing a really good job that round of getting so much room for Soar to work with. PKA were convinced it was going to be an A site hit, but that just allowed Soar to move their way in and get that spike down. So a good round from them, as now it's 7-3 for them. Only 2 more rounds left in this half. It's going to be a pretty quick B engagement. Only Frosty in the back.
They managed to make it through. Frosty right with the angle as well. The Hunter's Fury goes out and he catches him. He doesn't manage to move away to the util jump all on him alongside a snake bite. And the Viper on Sora's side gets to completely expand her domain. And the Null Commander as well to circumvent it. Oxy has to be so careful on how he decides to peek in, especially with the up on his side. And Riku as well. Trying to double up. Look at how they move in as four. As though they're an army, but they're marching towards their death.
Jeez. I love the post-plant positioning Source set up there. Even though they had that Viper's Pit, they weren't, generally speaking, they were just playing it as if the Viper's Pit wasn't even there. It was like the Viper's Pit was a giant flashing light in the middle of the site, and PKA were like moths being attracted to it. It was just so easy for Soar because then, as a result, they're all looking at the pit, not checking their corners anymore. Boom, just capitalize on it, make it win. Now Soar looking to secure that 9-3 score line. Only one round away from doing it. We are going to be seeing Oxy bust out the tour de force here. They do have a Viper Spit as well to expend on A. That will come out now. Let's see how Oxy can do in holding down this B site, because it looks like this is where Soar want to attack. I'm curious though if Frosty's going to catch anybody off guard, potentially just spinning around doing that 180, as we have seen Soar make their way onto mid before to push in on B.
They're going down right there is tough as well. Having your Viper for your cover to try to secure a plant. Now that tour de force won't work. But it'll just be trader shots as you get just small bits shallow control, nothing more. VNS falling. It's not even tougher because now the force is PKA to rotate over. In case it's a fake, but Oxy and Frosty are doing the cleanup.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, that works out. 8-4 the first half.
Yeah. And once again, this is what we've seen before come out from Knights Academy, where Oxy just kind of holds it down, and then Frosty just doing whatever Frosty's doing all the way over there is finally able to come around and just catch them completely off guard as they're all looking at Oxy. And Oxy being able to stay alive was so key. Tour de Force being such a threat, especially too dropping all those slow fields around there. So a very clean last round from the Knights Academy on that half. Soar though, 4-round advantage. Potentially swing things around. PKA won the pistols on the first half, but Soar won the second round after that. See how this one plays out now. A very classic setup coming out from Soar. Throw that Viper onto B, but usually the KO plays A. This time around though, they're just leaving the chamber with the trademark to potentially slow things down. I think that they're interested in playing retake if they do lose that A site to PKA.
Good call too. I expected the KO to actually push out in the beginning. Try to catch with a flash drive.
Oh!
Speaking of which, that does manage to catch one. Frosty goes down. The angles are holding. Savage gets 2 tagged by the dart. It won't make a ton of a difference because still on the other end, PKA are doing the most to make things more even as they head into the site. Spike still not planted. It'll be 3v2. Savage. Oh, they peek around the right pyramid. They get taken and smack to the left.
Teleport's ready.
And that's Oxy. Looks to left, right before crossing the street. But sadly, the car came down the middle.
Yeah. Even though you might have right away, the car's flying straight down towards you. Not much you can do, especially if you're looking left and right. You know, good stuff coming out there. I think, honestly, Randy Savage just kind of hanging out on the point, being able to just have that presence, made it a lot more difficult for the Knights Academy to be able to try and move in on them. So a very good pistol round coming in from Soar. This is very reminiscent of the Guard's game. The Guard being able to secure the first pistol, and then Soar coming back with the second, feeling a little bit more comfortable in themselves. But this time, Frosty is going to try and do what Epathy did in the first half. Going to buy up this Marshall, looking for some early picks, make it a difference. And now, would be the engagement taking a lot of room on mid thus far. The spike, though, still in the spawn.
Effective.
Pardon, monsieur.
Ooh. Okay. I was about to say, but they were still right towards elbow, so they could have maybe peeked window together, but hey, maybe not. Still though, works out by the end of it. Also 1-for-1, not too bad of a trade. With Frosty going down, it's nothing that the Knights haven't dealt with before. Nope. But then walking us forward, the spray goes cleanly. Only securing one isn't too bad, but we're talking about those chokes before, Marks.
Yeah.
And Vic has the hand around their neck.
Yeah. Honestly, good job, Randy Savage. Taking a page out of Obi-Wan's books. Just kind of hanging out, has the high ground. No one from Knights is expecting him to just be kind of hanging out here. Gets so much damage in on top of a pick from Zeldris, and then Vic just kind of comes in with the mop, ready to just wipe the rest of the floor, make it nice and squeaky clean. Sword find that round. Now they are going to be trying the bonus here. A little bit of a broken buy coming in from the Academy. Riku only going to have a Guardian. Couple of only light shields being bought. Hopefully they have enough to buy up all their utility as well. See how this one plays out. A lot of pressure on Visay.
Dash already in and through the smoke. Beautiful flash from Bones. But only resulting in one once again. Frosty going down at the beginning. Now PKA have requested decisions. I imagine they'll still try to force into this. But through door, maybe they could do more. Bones are watching the angle. He saw him. And yeah, Oxy with him being given away. Not much more to be done. But on the other side of the wall, though, things are going a lot worse. As the two being taken away, Spike gets secured and planted.
And that Viper's wall is going to be so good unless VNS goes down to a headshot. 3v2 on this retake, Ravish.
Ooh, the drone actually also spots the two that are not both holding off sight. A Physic manages to get another. And it's just that easy. I don't know how Physic managed to land both the crucial headshots that they needed to, you know, get a successful retake. But now it is 11-4. And that was on PKA's bonus as well. So the eco is Dookie.
You said Dookie. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that VNS should have poked around the corner after the spike went down. Should have just kind of played the time because, you know, it just allowed Physics to be able to find that pick there. And I think if the Viper's wall was able to go up, DNS would have been able to regroup with the squad. They could have just played the time down, played with their lineups, and it would have been a much more secure plant. But fortunately, it doesn't quite work out that way. They're going to be forcing this buy yet again. While Sora are feeling nice and comfortable, they're gonna have all rifles online. And this time it's a different strategy, but it's the same thing again. Oxy is able to take out Empathy. And now Tour de Force is going to be online, but Savage has fallen down.
Finally, Frosty has backup so he don't go down too early.
Spike down mid.
But he lost his backup so he might not go down. But look at this. At least he moves into the site. And Vic is gone. So that's big. So that means they can't defend the site no more with just him. And now it's a 2v4 as well. PKA buying up this time. Looks like this stuff is working out. You was thinking they don't want to be at match point just yet.
That'd be kind of nice. You know, you just decide, actually, no, we don't want our opponents to win. Let's just slow them down for a second. Good stuff coming out of PKA. Just went for a bit of an unconventional push. You could tell that Sorb were just not ready for it. They just kind of walked up mid, then just walked things in. Of course, like you said, you know, losing the backup, Spike gets dropped along the way, but it doesn't matter in the end because they were able to take the site nice and easy. And after losing 3 of their members, Sorb making the right call to just try and save the rifles. Want to make sure that they have enough money to keep themselves afloat just for now. Still, they have quite a bit of room to work with. It's going to be still 6 rounds between these two teams. Now Physic can be the last person alive, going to carry that Vandal into this next round. Let's see how the economy game is going to work out. I imagine Sorb will be able to mostly buy up, but they're going to be stretching things a little bit thin. If Randy Savage does get one more pick, though, maybe rescues that ultimate orb, then that is going to be the Tour de Force. But I imagine that they're going to try and save that for a potential bonus round if they do lose this one. So, Sor looking to solidify their defense, but a nice little cheeky strategy from PKA. I wonder if they're going to try it again. They're getting ready for that B-side hit. Let's see how this one works out for them, because it's going to be an aggressive defense coming out from Sor, but Frosty comes out on top. Frosty doesn't lose those. Oh, he does lose these, though.
That's fine. You up against an op you kind of expected to. That one shot, one hit.
Empathy?
Don't even manage to get that. and PKA do not want to quietly go into the night. Not right now, not ever. And the entire site being cleared out.
Oh!
It's just Empathy left to fight the flick, the dash into the wall.
And that's what we want to see out of the Knights Academy. Very clean. Able to move in there. Obviously, you know, Frosty dealing with the aggression. Once again, Frosty's the type of player who likes to move around, likes to get up in your face, likes to just kind of have fun with it. As a result, if you push in to Frosty, and it's a little bit of that chaos coming in there, Frosty's going to come out on top, and that's what we saw. Frosty, even though losing their life, was able to take 2 people out at the start of the round, then fell down, but it doesn't matter, was able to get the trade back as well. So now Soar are going to be the ones on a little bit of a save. Empathy going to be using the Vandal though, but immediately Frosty just diffs it with the knives, but Savage shuts that one down. The Battle of the Ultimates with a little bit of an even crowd coming out.
That's not too bad. Both the Jets being gone. You were talking about how much Frosty likes to hit the space. Well, hey, at least at this point, PKA pretty much still playing the exact same game up against Soar. The question has to be, with Vic not being there, will Isaac be able to do the exact same work that he was?
You're kidding.
That's the first shot. Our Bones coming through connector. And 2 more through mid. Soar are at match point.
Oh boy, on a Thrifty as well. I like what they did. That defense was very solid because understanding that they had a little bit of a gun differential, they decided to just put themselves into mid. And I'm not talking like, oh, we're watching mid. I mean, they were in mid. And that's the thing. Academy, you know, sure, they can go in and just more or less have a free time, just take that B site or that A site, but the rotations are going to be very quick to come in, and they're going to close the distance on them very quickly. And that's when the rifles don't get as much value, especially going up against these pistols. So a great read coming out from them, but look at this. Empathy takes Zeldris out, and the null command is going to be on the ground. I imagine the res will be able to come back online, but still the shutdown is going to be done with.
Yep. You're going to get one. What Empathy can he get the second? Frosty again, but Trady that he does this time for Riku. As the match cleared out the rest of the site. PKA staying alive, the op being gone. And now chilling inside of the Viper's pit. Where they know it's safe, it's where they're secure. But it might not be as safe as they thought. The spray works out. So 3v1 though, Bones, there's no shot that he manages to get all of them is the thing. Look, Zeldris is still on site.
Okay.
And Zeldris gets him. Yeah.
Ravage, I was about to lose my mind there. A blind shot in there finds the head of BNS. Are you kidding me? I was thinking it was going to be dicey because if Soar had the numbers around, we're watching it, they could have been able to take out 2 or 3 of the members of PKA because they would have been stuck in the middle of the pit and no more cover. And it would have been a bad time for, honestly, just PKA. But able to stay alive, you know, playing outside mostly of the pit, really shuts down the opportunity for them to be caught off guard. So good round coming in from PKA. Now Empathy going to be popping the Blade Storm, going to be moving in as it's going to be a lot of utility dumped in, but it's going to be a B-side hit, and it's fast as Frosty finds physics.
Here.
All right, while staying live in the initial coordination is huge. And the fact they've actually managed to move over the Viper to maybe the physic holding on the site is not what they want to see. Because it has not worked out for Soar, but it's still a 4v4. Ooh, Empathy going down is tragic, and they cleared them all off the site. They know exactly where they're pushing from, and it's just my man Savage.
Yeah.
He might get one though.
Maybe. Probably needs to pull the rifle out soon though, because otherwise it's going to be. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see. Oh. Feeling superstitious now.
Just a little bit stitious.
Okay, just an average level of stitious. That's totally fair. But yeah, Soar still 1 round away. They'll be able to buy up rifles mostly this round. But actually, no, they're not going to be able to do that. So it's going to be a little bit of a save coming in from them. PKA, they're starting to get a lot more momentum here. So that they can keep that moving forwards, though, because, you know, if they don't, it's gonna, they have to play things flawlessly now. As soon as they give a little bit of a time one way or another, then it's gonna be very easy for Soar to just capitalize and close the book on map number 1. So
as we do get a tiny tech pause, so maybe they do want to buy up, and we'll be able to see by the end of it. But PKA, we said it before, have a tendency to never truly let things go. I mean, 6 rounds down, not their style. They decide to even things up just a bit more, round after round after round. But yet again, Soar still 1 round away, taking breeze, and still a BO3.
Yeah,
we're close.
Let's not forget that this is Soar's pick.
True.
So we would hope that they are able to actually win this one, because they feel comfortable on breeze. Would have been huge if PKA could come out on top. But once again, it's not over yet. A little bit of a steep incline of a hill to climb up, but it's not impossible, especially too now that PKA are starting to get their momentum back. They feel a lot more stable on this defense, and I think that that was a little bit of Soar being too gung-ho about things, feeling nice and powerful, ready to just walk in there and assert their dominance, but PKA just playing things very calmly. You know, let's just do what we do, play some Valorant, some good old-fashioned clean Valorant, and it's working out for them. And as a result, PKA are starting to slowly mount this comeback. You know, Soar, they've looked really good thus far, and they really just started to take things forwards and just roll with it. But the fact that they're starting to let PKA catch up a little bit is starting to get a little concerning. Like, look, earlier, Soar got 6 rounds in a row, hardly giving any up in the first half.
I feel like Soar just does that, though, at this point, I've seen. It's kind of their thing to just get 6 or 7 rounds and then fall.
Oh, no.
But this time, after the small tech pause, they've collected themselves. And we'll go for a 5v5 retake on a broken pie. Or really more of a save, I should say. Instead, we don't. Catches Frosty above the boxes. And with him being found out, forced to reposition past the wall, but it just seems to be gunned at for a certain point in time because he can play much more aggressive in the face Soar.
Yeah. And aggression is going to work out well. Very clearly there. I love the Viper's Wall kind of coming in there. They just had the gonads to be like, yes, we don't really need the Viper's Wall to really separate the site in half or anything. We're just going to do it on the outside of the site, and then we'll just have our members kind of play on both sides of it. And that way, when Soar try to go in, they're expecting all the players either to be on one side or the other of the Viper's Wall, not both of them at the exact same time. And then it's just Soar kind of just walking into the meat grinder, or maybe the bullet grinder. It's just PKA can spray their bullets in, and it's going to be very easy for Frosty to secure a number of kills this time around. PKA going to be moving their way onto this A site, but a Viper here from in the form of VNS will do a pretty darn good job potentially slowing them down.
And that's one way to do it, with Frosty being caught at the beginning. So now with this, Soar continue to thrive, really wait for them to push in. Answer being, it'll be the wait. Zelda's catching Vic is big though. But instead, they'll just right past the smoke with the spray. Zelda's going down. Unfortunate shot off, but by the end of this, it's 3v4. And even the ult being popped from PKA, the op v op, last drive at the side, and the dash being used right into the corner of a wall. There's nowhere to escape or go right now for Soar. Ray Savage saw one, but he peeked past the darts, and Oxy cleans it up again.
Oh man, that was very unfortunate. I think the timing on the flash was just not good. And as a result, Epathy got blinded by it, and it just allowed for a very clear spray through from PKA to secure the round there. VNS just kind of hanging out on the site, able to get 2 picks for free almost. And so now we're going to be seeing the tactical pause come in, as a Soar. They just need this one. They're like, all right, Enough messing around. We can give up maybe one more round, but we need to just seal this home. PKA, they started that round off already losing one of their main members. Apathy went down immediately. Or sorry, Frosty went down immediately because of Apathy with an operator. And yet still, Soar couldn't capitalize off of it, and it just kind of fell apart. So they gotta just reset the mental, figure it out, be nice and comfortable again, get that single round to close out this map, because otherwise, if PKA get this comeback and we head to their map next, I'm starting to get a little bit more concerned for Soar moving forwards here, Ravish.
This is true. But remember, PKA have a tendency to do this.
That's true.
We have to remember this.
I forgot.
This is just what happens. Where they'll lose the first map, right? And make the second map ever so close. And third, they'll just dominate. We saw this every time yesterday. In all their wins. So we'll see if that keeps up. And although Soar the dominance definitely did show the previous game right now, it gets tough for Frosty getting caught out again. That's two for Savage, and with Apathy at the side. At 2 of the Frost being put out up against the op. Another shot. That's 4. A Thrifty once again to secure the first map for Soar.
Oh boy, Randy Savage. Ooh wee! Coming out there, headhunter in hand, able to secure a nice little 3K, pulls out the tour de force, ready to just seal the deal on that round, and, well, finds the bullets there. And it's a very quick collapse coming in from Soar. Obviously, the tactical timeout did work out for them, because they were just like, alright, you know what? We've had enough fun. Let's win. Let's go in there and have a great time with this victory. So, let's see if that PKA magic can pull itself back out again, because, yeah, like you said, they did lose map number 1. Maybe they'll be able to pull things back together in map number 2, Ravish.
It's a definite possibility, right? But the question has to be right now, though, Marks, is are they comfortable enough to do so?
I'm not sure, honestly. But the good thing is that PKA do have the second map pick, and so that's going to make things a little bit easier for them as they do move forwards here. Once again, they have to force out that map number 2, or map number 3. Otherwise, Soar Gaming are just going to walk away with the grand finals 2-0, and, well, it's got to feel pretty good for Soar, especially after they eliminated the guard.
This is 100% fact, my friend, but I think, you know, one of the ways they can also get comfortable is by experiencing Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions and of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at Mavix.com/Nerd Street Gamers. We'll see you back in a bit for map 2.
Spacey shit.
Fighting!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We have the finals right now. Knights Academy up against Soar Gaming. We just saw map number 1, which was a breeze. Soar's pick. And honestly, Soar, they were kind of running away with things, but Knights Academy really just started to climb that ladder, Ravish.
You're right. This map was anything but a breeze, Marks. But instead, we'll be able to see on how Knights Academy and both Soar have made it so intensely and fiercely competitive between them.
Oh yeah.
He's continue to wager down on the potentials. The lives of both these teams stand the balance. I'm making it to the finals, the land in Philadelphia, and pride, honor, and glory.
A lot of pride, honor, and glory. To be completely honest with you, I mean, once again, we saw Soar eliminate the guard. Knights Academy 2-0 Dark Zero as well. So both of these teams are feeling pretty hot and pretty into this. Knights Academy, though, do have a little bit of a record based off of how we have seen things yesterday of losing map number 1 and then just really dragging out the series before they win things out on map number 3. See if history's going to repeat itself once again, but honestly, we saw a lot of great plays coming out from both these teams. I want to highlight both Frosty and Apathy, the two Jet players on the respective teams. I think that they were doing a really good job of getting space, but also just taking some of these duels and being able to win it out. Of course, can't forget our boy Randy Savage on the chamber, doing a really good job of fragging out as well. And honestly, I think that's one of the main reasons why Soar were able to win 13-10 on that map. But of course, map number 2. Hey Ravish, guess where we're going next? Actually, you can see it right on our screen right now. It's Ascent.
Wow.
Classic. Knights Academy. They're pretty good on this map. Makes sense why they would choose it.
Indeed, they are. We've seen, in fact, just yesterday, that when they were playing against all their previous opponents, Ascent has been a favorite for themselves. And right now, for Knights Academy, and I imagine they have to be filling themselves with what they have in front of them. Now, I believe is want to take a quick look at what we saw just yesterday for in terms of the map score. Because Ascent in itself, I find, went pretty well. Because I know they played against Clouds of Divide. Alright. Oh, they didn't actually.
That one. They played it against a crew yesterday. They won that one.
That was 10-13.
Yeah, 10-13. Yeah. But you know, they were pretty good on Icebox as well, which is what we saw them do against Cosmic Divide. But this is a very classic Knights Academy. Woohoo! We're on a set and we're going to have a good time. Specifically, Riku on the Fade, Frosty on the Raze. Usually you see a Jet come out on this map, but once again, the, honestly, utility usage from Frosty, especially on Raze, has been pretty exceptional thus far. Taking a look at Soar, who else but Randy Savage, back on the Killjoy. And Ravish, we've seen what Randy Savage can do on this Killjoy, and it's not going to be pretty for Knights Academy if Randy gets away with, honestly, criminal activities.
Speaking of criminal activities,
okay,
they won against us. They won against Dark Zero on Ascent as well, 13-11. In the first half, when Knights Academy were on attack, they got 3 rounds, and then you can guess how many Dark Zero got, and then they proceeded to get 10-2'd in the second half. So, as Academy are attacking again, so we know their defense is kind of nuts. So Soar are gonna have to be really good, which they are in this first half.
And already the Knights taking quite a bit of space onto mid, using now the Prowler to get things out. Physic gonna use this Recon Bolt, get a lot of information, spots one out, and Zeldris is gonna be down.
Well done to play off of that as well. And do complete stuff in mid push, now leaving Frosty by himself. He's pushing solo, go low, but it doesn't see him. Good 1-for-1 at least. At the end for Soar. Leaving PKA with the man disadvantage. As looking towards Speedway. Bones does it once again as Oxy moved against him. And still right now he's inside the smoke, 2 stacked up in her boathouse. That's actually spotted Savage as he just peeks out towards the corner. The something's a lot more doable. Beautiful shots from Apathy. And as smoke dissipates, so does the round for PKA.
Yeah, a very clean first round coming in from Soar. Once again, I think, first of all, that smoke on mid ideally is supposed to deny PKA a lot of space. And honestly, it did just, or sorry, no, it's supposed to deny Soar on the defense a lot of space. And you know what? Physic just went, oh, well, I've got a recon dart. Let's use this anyways. Able to just secure a kill right off the bat. Without Zeldris, the engagement onto site gets a lot more difficult, especially with the Killjoy still alive. Randy Savage could have activated a lot of utility there. So good stuff coming out. Now, PKA changing things up. They're going to be going in onto this A site. But Empathy all the way back in Wine does have this Marshall. I don't know if they have light shields or not. So it could just be a one-shot body shot that could take these members out.
I want to be good at the Marshall. I feel like that's like one of my goals in Valorant. Because I feel like if I'm good with it, save rounds will go so much better for me. Oh! Classic flash drive play out through A, and that's 2. S1 started off hot. Good trade back for Frosty. But that'll be it. He dashes into him. And they still get the shot. He's... Huh? I know you said it was a body shot, but like... Damn, that's quick.
Like he said, Ravish, I too wish to be as good as Empathy is with this Marshall. Little 4K to close that out.
Jump shot.
Such a big brawl happening on that A site. I'm a little surprised that PKA tried to force the issue onto it, because gonna be honest, as soon as they realized where that Marshall was gonna be located, they should have just used some utility to try and get themselves out of there. It was just so close by, and yeah, like, look at this. They try and re-peek it and take the fight, and it just doesn't work out for them. And even then, Frosty stands in the middle of the fragment as well. It's just not a very clean round. I would have liked to see at least Knights Academy get the spike down so they get a little bit more money. Their buy is going to be a little bit broken this time, but they do have their rifles. Meanwhile, Soar, more than happy to take this bonus. And now, it's going to be a little bit more of a push on mid.
And she gets spotted right away with the alarm bot. And now will that be given away? This gives Soar the opportunity to push against them. Both updrafts used. Dodge on the utility dump at least. Staying alive. And now PKA choose to adapt. To move over to the other side. As peek out through trees, the flash drive works out. Remember, this is their buy round, in fact. And so we're looking to rack up 3. Right through the door. Noxy just... Hey, he got one. He got his.
It's these close corner angles. Listen, we said this time and time again. I hate saying time and time again, but it's just happening over and over again, where they have these Spectres are holding close angles, and what do you know, the Knights are just kind of walking into them. Obviously, really good control, being able to shut down any of that mid push into that B site. You saw for a second the Knights were thinking about it, but immediately just got shut down because of utility and a bunch of bullets flying through the smokes as well, tunneling them into tree, which is basically when those Spectres are going to shine. Yeah, the Knights got nothing to show for it. Immediately, Oxy takes a lot of damage through these cardboard walls. And still, they're determined to make this push onto A. They do have the spike, though, favoring mid.
Other ways to say time and time again are consistently. A pattern recognition. And something I've noticed.
Thank you.
There. Welcome. 3 options. To cycle a bit in between. I only say this because I looked these up yesterday.
Gotcha. You're covering our bases. I appreciate that, Ravish.
I got you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Ooh, nice little one way to be put out through trees, but Vic is a lot. I was gonna say Vic should have been able to get out, but sadly, not out of the knife range though. Bones not even with the flash drive peeking, just dry peeking through. Oh, he has a gun advantage. But does enough and gets Frosty stuck in the corner. On the other side, though, almost all of Knights are having some trouble, and there's Zeldris as well, also now denied. Any sort of utility usage. But they're not gonna peek into him. They're waiting for them to move against him. And still they spot him moving towards the door. Becomes 4v2.
A little bit of a messy play there, but hey, Soar, they're ready for it. This, I feel like the pressure point, if you will, is that little tree spot. Yeah, we're seeing Knights be like, We must love apples. Let's push in through tree. But yeah, Sora are just so ready for it. They're able to deny the presence coming in from A main. And then as a result, the tree push just completely falls apart. I think what they need to do is actually get people in on A main before they decide to commit into the push from mid. But I don't know how they're going to be able to do that. Randy Savage has been doing a really good job on this Killjoy, moving around, just setting up different places. Just made it so much more difficult for the Knights to try and find something. It's 4-0. That's going to have another chance at this, and they do have rifles this time around. See how this one plays out.
Well, last pack in, Paranoia denied the entry, but one is still given away. And yet they're still stuck outside in between the choke and through the smoke. The billets, all they do is simply poke. Double flash drive, nice. And VNS managed to trade it as he was out in wine. 3v3 still. The fact that these trades are even, I'm sure PKA is very, very happy about that. Ready Savage being gone is a really nice bonus, but oh, it could not transfer that to 2 more. See, he's using a Vandal, that's why. Vic with the Phantom is nuts.
You Phantom Supremacist.
Oh, I used the Vandal. I've just seen the Phantom do more. That's the thing.
Fair enough. 1v2 scenario. I don't know how much Physic can do here. Doesn't get any information off the Owl Drone. Almost pings up Vic actually through the smoke. That would have been a huge pick. A lot more winnable, but Zeldris is way too close by.
This is damn near impossible because as soon as he pops through the smoke, there's an angle where he can easily be peeked. Oh, and the knife as well knows that it's a fake. Yeah, Physic knows there's absolutely no shot. So he's just gonna wait for it, or we're gonna wait to try to get an exit. And as soon as the smoke drops, he's still waiting for the angle. And spots VNS as he runs away.
Oh, honestly, not terrible. Sor really able to force them out. No way. Oh, a PKA not even able to save any of their guns into this next round. That was actually very important for Sor because it's going to stretch the PKA economy so thin that it can be broken with just a little karate chop in the middle. Bit of a weird analogy, but still, this is not an ideal
It's okay.
scenario.
I'm the king where analogies don't work.
Watch out, I'm coming for that crowd, Ravish. But yeah, we're going to see Oxley pull out the tour de force here, try and pat things out. They do have the Nightfall as well as the Null Command online, so they can work off of those. Looks like that is going to be exactly the case, but they got to go fast, and this fragment is going to deny that, honestly.
I mean, slow with all the kills util being used right away does actually slow them down. All the Slay does give them a small exit and even slower path. Frosty uses Showstopper and up a Physic peeks out towards the smoke and gets both of them. They're on the site and just Frosty survives from the exchange. So make it 3v2. Okay.
Yeah.
More than enough, a slow feel is so dangerous. The empathy not gonna survive. Ooh. Okay. Does he peek this? Yeah. Sees the arm and takes it off.
Ooh. And I'm gonna be honest with you.
What's up?
I think that Sor played that really well. You know, it just sometimes it just doesn't work out like that. And what can you do there? Obviously, we had the Null Command come in. As soon as the Null Command got activated, the Nightfall came in as well. What I would have wanted to see is the Null Command to start, and then you use the Nightfall afterwards, because it allowed Sor enough time to drop down that utility, just put up a couple of more emotional walls to try and slow down the push, and then the Null Command more or less ran out. Physic did not need to walk away with 2 kills there, and I think if they just changed it up a little bit like that, it would have been a much cleaner attack. But look at this, Empathy already so deep, gets a trade, but Physic just uses the bow and arrow from downtown, is able to find Frosty.
Now we saw Sor do this against Knights as well, and last time Knights, we saw Sor do this against the guard, I should say, sorry. But the guard last time were so bunched up that they got immediately wiped out. PKA, a lot more forward facing, they're a lot more proactive. And then managing to trade evenly against Sor has been such a highlight for themselves. Bones? That's one. That's only one. The spike goes down though, so now they should be aware as to where the spike is going. It's like 50-50 chance. It's going B. The Savage, although not gonna be able to get anything out of this, but there's still Vic. We're gonna move in. They don't know where he is. Oh,
good pick.
Beautiful swing away from VNS.
Even has that rendezvous, so couldn't set up properly. Oh, VNS gets caught out though. Who else but Randy Savage? 1v1.
Should know from this that Oxy might be putting down Speedway. Sees him. And a clutch from Randy.
Oh man, you know, I feel like I'm just in the losing team's corner for all of these rounds because I liked what PKA did there. It was a very unique idea and really just kind of gave Soar a run for their money, just deciding to go into spawn. Usually when we see teams run from mid into spawn, they try and go for A heaven, take the control there, you know, just hang out on the high ground, be like, aha, Uno reverse card, and just plant it there. Instead, they decided to push on to B, which I don't think Soar were necessarily expecting until Randy Savage was able to check out the smoke. From there, just we were able to get onto site, but Randy Savage comes up big once again. It's going to be important. An early paranoia not met with any aggression. I don't know if I agree with that ability usage, Ravish. I think it more or less just got wasted.
I don't disagree. Because this paranoia at this point, they've done that twice in a row now. Just to try to match pops just the anti-aggression that we've seen so far coming out of PKA. I'll be looking to see if they would have pushed out against them, but now with Vic having to unload an entire clip, but on the site, Oxy alongside his compadre decides to take 2 out. The wrong angle, Rico will cost them. But still becomes a 3v3, and that lockdown will do the absolute most to force PKA away once again. To the Randy Savage though, they spot Frosty and Physics there to catch the right angle. Now through this, they can just look to secure down and get at least the defuse to have. Oh, as they're both outside, they won't even need to try to fake it.
Oh, yeah. Sort of decided, you know what? These long angles, let's just get nice and personal, you know? Make it a little bit more intimate and hang out, maybe tango a little bit in the smoke. Obviously, having the Vandal in hand is going to make that a lot more favorable for Vic as opposed to the others. But like you said, you know, they could have just halved it. They could have just played around the smoke, but instead, hey, why not make this a lot more fun and just send Vic in and be able to get that pick there? So we are going to be seeing now the Knights. They're going to take this tactical time out, and this is going to be important. They've been doing a good job of being able to get the spike down, but honestly, Soar have been really good at retaking it.
Yep.
It's like if Knights decided to be like, oh, cool, hey, I want this lollipop, and then bought the lollipop. Soar are the big bullies that come up and be like, nice lollipop, kid, and then they just snatch him out of his hands and then just walk away with it. So time and time again, I said it again, but Soar have just been so clean with the retakes.
Consistently. Persistence.
Yes. Consistently, Soar have been really good on their retakes thus far. A couple of heroics coming out from members such as Randy Savage, but just overall, I think that Soar have been clean on the retakes. They're doing the right call in my opinion, where they just kind of back off of sight, try and slow things down as much as they can, but they escape with their lives. And that's what makes the retake so much more clean, because then they're able to actually play with the numbers and make it happen. Still though, Knights, not the most ideal situation. It's 6-2 for them. They are going to be able to buy up their rifles here. They only have one ultimate online. Meanwhile, Bones does have this null command. At any moment, could just turn on the EMP. Next thing you know, the power is going to be out in the entire city, and any pushes that people are going to be doing are just going to be more or less shut down. Also a very good retake tool if they do decide to go down that route. But what I would like to see from Knights Academy, maybe take a little bit more middle presence. I know Randy Savage's utility has been doing a really good job to deter that, but I think that would give them a couple more options and give them more map space as well.
Got to the corner, Bones and I use a flash to try to get them away, but the fact that he survived through all of that is clutch. But as soon as the swing comes through, smoke gets dropped, not ready with the gun, and they get got. That's not gonna come through either. Savage is looking down upon them, but it's more than enough. This is actually isn't too bad a situation for Soar either. The knife doesn't catch either of them on both sides. Look at where they are. We're looking through heaven with 2 close angles. Gotta wait for reinforcements to come. He's the arm. Ow, that's one down. Zeldris is also quite low as well, so might be able to get him, but this is going down right by the entrance is tough, and a duel that could have shaped the round is lost.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from PKA. 3 more rounds left in this half. Still possible. They can pull this together. Soar, their economy not going to be looking great. Physic going to bring out the good old God of Thunder. Bring out the Odin. Let's see where they play it. Probably on that B site to shoot through the wall. It's like the wall's not there. A hail of bullets, like bullet storm flying through you. Not gonna have a good time. Apathy though, with this judge, to me means that we might see that aggressive defense come out from Soar, and that might catch PKA off guard.
I don't mean be the one to tell you, but Thor is the God of Thunder. Odin is just the God King, and that's probably why.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
Yeah.
I got it wrong all the time.
I was gonna say, Bresky, your mythology is a little bit off, but it's fine. The paranoia goes out. And Bones instead will take one, although no thunder, but right now all I'm seeing is lightning and sparks by that door.
Yeah, I think this round is more or less over. Riku might be able to try and get something to happen. He's able to catch Randy Savage out, but 1v3 and the spike is in such a bad position. I don't know if this is going to be possible here, Ravish.
It's not.
Okay.
Just, I'm being straight up here, it's not.
And yeah, Riku might just opt to save this instead. Still does have quite a bit of utility. Might look for a little bit of an opportunity, but once I think that Haunt gives the... Oh, goes for the swing. Okay.
Hey.
And Bones is ready to punish there. I'm a little self-conscious about my knowledge about mythology now, but still, thank you for educating me.
You're welcome. It's okay. Norse mythology is tough.
It is. It all just kind of falls together, but a great round coming out of Soar. Once again, they didn't necessarily have all the weapons in their arsenal, but they were able to make that one work. I do think that Physic as well as Randy Savage were key players in that round to try and shut things down, and the Knights just looked a little bit scattered all over the map, getting taken out left and right, and suddenly it was just a 1v3 scenario. An interesting setup by them though. They sent a couple people onto B and really just set the spike onto A, but this time, well, they might have been listening to the cast because they're going on mid.
I hope not. That means they're behind it. But instead, it's Visit. Using the God King to get one right away on Frosty. Same trade pattern we saw previously. But now on the side of Soar. Yeah, like KDA. You know why, Marks? Because they're not getting any more. Still though, they're stuck. Hawk down. He caught the reload. That takes 5 years. And he's gonna die on year 3. It's Oxy with 3 himself as well, and the spike goes down. Oh, okay, it's Vic. That's paranoia. Forces him back, but I don't know what more he can do as he pops the smoke in front of him, and Riku decides to take him out.
Ravish, that was a good one.
Okay.
Thank you. Very well done. But also too, very well done by the Knights. Once again, Oxy just kind of decided that they were going to clutch things up there. It was a broken buy coming in from the Knights anyways. Good engagement, honestly, just taking that mid control and being able to move themselves onto market. And as a result, they were able to just capitalize off of Oxy having that tour de force online. And hey, Frenchman, it's got a really nice big rifle and he materializes it out of thin air. I'd be pretty concerned too. So great stuff coming out of Knights. Now we're getting the tactical timeout coming in from Sword Gaming. They've lost a couple of rounds in a row, and I think that they want to start to stop the bleeding. What they can do, see how they can stabilize a little bit more, because it was a very dominant first quarter thus far. Yeah, because it's the half of the first half. So the math, it was looking really good for them at the start. But PKA started to figure out how they wanted to take these engagements, and now they're starting to even out the score line just a little bit more. And you know, Sword, they want to just shut the door right now. Just maybe kick Knights on the way out and just slam it behind them. This is a good time to take that tactical timeout, solidify the lead even more so that when they swap sides, it'll be pretty easy for them. There's one more round left in this half. Broken by coming in from Soar. The Stinger. Oh boy. A couple of bees might be on the field for Apathy. Hopefully we don't have PKA yelling not the bees, but Frosty coming in quick with the showstopper.
Oh!
Doesn't get a kill though.
That misses. No shot. It touches the wall. Right, buff raise. That outlets to go back, and our Bones just nails him down by the entrance. He should be dead, and he is. And these chaotic beginnings of the round somehow ends up in favor of Soar. Riku was stuck by the switch, and seems like that switch gets turned off. Goodbye.
Wow. That was a very aggressive push by PKA. And they just got completely stumped on the way in. And then at that point, it was so easy for Soar. Just take the space. You have those SMGs. You can play nice and close. You could see Apathy with the Stinger in hand going pew, 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 hoping that something was going to connect. Didn't really. Doesn't matter. Vic able to walk in with the Spectre, a little bit more accurate in that running gun. And the rest was history. Now, 8-4. We're swapping the sides around. I've been very impressed by Soar's defense. In how they were able to successfully funnel PKA into very specific routes and then able to counter them. The whole tree finagle, let's call it that, it was happening consistently, and they were just able to shut them down. So
there you go. This
time around, thank you. We're going to be seeing Soar now on the offense. I'm curious to see how PKA are going to play this defense. They don't have that killjoy. How are they going to be able to take that space while Oxy just finds a headshot onto Bones? That's a pretty good way to start things out.
Yeah, not too bad at all. We know PKA is very comfortable on the defense. As well, honest said, this is what they've been waiting for. Ooh. But consider with how safely they're usually able to play, and Frosty managing to corner two of their opponents into one little crevice. It's nice, but the fact they lived on 1 health is even more tragic. And Frosty are gonna get 3, another shot off, and a 4K on pistol for Frosty.
Ooh, good start to the round. I mean the half. Frosty now is tied up with Oxy. We've seen Frosty do quite a bit on the previous maps, but really hasn't come alive as much on this map just quite yet, but this might be when that starts to happen. Obviously, we know that these Pate shells that Frosty's bringing in, really good tools to deny space, especially 2 on that A side, which is why we're seeing that happen over there. But interestingly enough, they are opting to keep the KO onto B. That's pretty good to be able to stop the choke. And yeah, leaving Oxy in mid to try and survey it, keep it still, that's a good move as well. A very solid stack coming in from PKA.
That stack is working out beautifully. Have them all cornered on one side. And now with this through the wine angle alongside a main. All the sword just pushed away. And the flash catches the right timing, making it a near flawless win.
Good stuff. Once again, would have expected that there, but we're seeing the power of a lot of this utility that Knights Academy are bringing to the table. Obviously, you know, we got the flashes, we got the paranoia, but yeah, that grenade was so good at just zoning them out, able to just push them into the small corners and then have to make them retreat out of there, and then had a fragment as well. And well, it was pretty easy from there, especially too when the opponents only got pistols in your hand and you got a bunch of Spectres that can spray things down pretty effectively. Now though, Soar, they're gonna have rifles in this next round, and Apathy is looking to punish some of this aggression that Frosty's been doing. We have seen Frosty been really aggressive on previous maps, but I'm not too sure that's the move here as well. I want that race to be able to deny and slow down pace, not necessarily set it, especially on the defense, Ravish.
Riku's there as well, and we've seen this double push very often from PKA. It has been adapted to and moved past. The Prowler managed to catch 1 is enough for them to want to back away. It'll just be a trade, nothing more. PKA still 5 people strong. The Soar look to move towards mid. There is no Killjoy. There is no util there to find them. Oh, but the exact wrong moment. Still, that works out by the end of it. As he circumvent the A push by just simply pushing through trees. Paranoia not doing much, but one going down is enough for PKA to now look up as 3, as they all have 3 different angles with entering. One by tree, one up heaven, and one coming in through A.
Oxy's so scared. So many bullets flying by. It's going to be 2v4 on this retake. Riku already taken damage, though. Ox out of the smoke and gets taken out. Yeah, very clean coming in there from Soar. Good post-plant positioning. Obviously, they did have the rifle advantage there. But, you know, that was the push that I wanted to see the Knights Arena... sorry, not Knights Arena. Knights Academy do in the previous half. You send some people onto main, get a little bit more pressure there, and then once you have a little bit of that information, that's when you send people in through tree. Obviously, this is a little bit easier because they're not walking into Killjoy utility, whereas the Knights were, but that just makes it like you pinch everybody who is pushed out on A. And how Knights Academy have been setting up this defense thus far, there are always going to be some people who get stuck in that sandwich. So good stuff coming out from Soar. This time around, though, a little bit more aggressive. The chamber on B. Denying space, but it's going to be that mid hit that we've seen Sword do a couple of rounds in a row.
So the mid hit was a little bit back and forth, I want to say. But this time, they haven't been actually taking much map control either. Slow plays, and they know that PKA, after a couple of seconds, they get antsy. They decide to check things, though. Or a Prowler, or a Molly. This time, though, they've changed up a lot of their positioning. And right now, Soar are just poking to see what they can find. Oh, Apathy hears this. Dash is there. It's ready. Zeldris wins! How did he even know? And they ping 2 as well on the side as well. So, Soar is stuck in a really awkward position where PKA know where they are. And it's actually stuck on the site looking to probably possibly get as many trades as possible. Ready Savage right now, they're doing the most.
30 seconds left.
Only he can do so much. Basic left alive. 1v2 sees them all by entrance, but Spike is gone right now. And the Paranoia catch him as well with no util on his hands. He knows he's got to peek this. Only matter of time though before he unfortunately falls. For the way the two of them are set up. That's one. Yeah, nice good swing.
Yeah, great swing. You knew Sword, they just had to take the gun deal. The gun deal. The gun duel there. There's no chance that that Spike was going to be able to go down in time. But still, right now we're seeing Sword. They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive with it. They're starting to get that mid presence in order to make their play going through. But PKA have been doing a really good job of just slowing them down. And that Spike falling down in such awkward positions, well, it's worse than an 8th grade dance. They're not able to just work with it. It's just kind of sitting there and you're like, oh boy, what do we do? Well, I guess we just have to try and figure things out now. And it's not worked out too well for them. So PKA only 2 rounds away from tying this map up, and Oxy's already found Physic. Not a great start for Soar.
And that makes it even worse. Instead with Apathy going down as well, a nice flash drive, but they had the backup for Big to look down through mid towards trees. And that angle being cleared means that mid is now an option again for them to try to push into B. A is pretty much just open right now. But they still want to do this. Oh, Riku's pushed out. They find the angle. And as both of them gone, they can look TP all the way. Although we're not using it from the shadows. They make it towards the back of the boathouse on site. That should be secured. Oxy just left. They're in the corner. Oh.
You should run.
Paranoia out. VNS looks clear out Speedway. But now they can't check B main, and they're even committing the lockdown to this as well. You really want to short this plant, and they're gonna force PKA onto a save.
Yeah, and this is a good round from Soar. You could consider it a little bit expensive, because they had to just use that lockdown. Lockdown is not that easy, but given how PKA have kind of been popping lately, I think this is a valid play. You need to make sure that you can secure the round, further your lead a little bit more, feel a little bit more confident about your plays. Oxy just kind of annihilated the team as things started off. The 2 picks right off of the back, making it so much more difficult for them. And this is the thing, honestly. We're seeing Frosty push up pretty consistently while Oxy's more than comfortable to just kind of sit tight, hold some of those tighter angles and just kind of slow things down. But then, of course, well, when they start to get a little bit of an itch, that's when Frosty extends and moves forwards and is usually able to get a lot of not only kills, but information. And I think that's the most important part. And so I think what I would like to see Soar Gaming do is understand that and try to be aware of it and set up traps for those. Because Frosty should not be able to get so much information in so much space for free, while Oxy is doing a pretty good job of holding things down. There's that hesitancy that I'm sensing from Soar, and it's making it so much more difficult for them to be able to do proper engagements onto the sites.
And just the fact that it's been a push and pull between the two. Even though the initial picks and the early rounds can become so chaotic, it's what happens afterwards that truly steals the hearts of both these teams. That's already one timeout taken away, and there's still one left on the side of Soar. This is usually around where we see the PK decide to take them, especially on their saves as well. And to note that Zeldris actually has their op. And he's looking towards A. Seeing the Soar, I want to push down on this. The Dart had managed to catch both players on site, but not the third likely, that being Zeldris with the op. But that's more than enough info for them to want to move over to B, but they're so far up. Riku has that judge. There's just no way they don't like use some sort of util, right? Do they dry peek this?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. Honestly, I imagine that we're going to be seeing Soar take a little bit of ground on mid, but nope, looks like they're going to be able to catch somebody out, but Riku gets away with one. Oh, you hate to see that one, Ravish.
As soon as they get pinged and they do enough damage, actually, look at the low health bars on Soar. The fact they can't secure 2 is unfortunate. But hey, the judge does its job. And still by the end though, look at this, PK right into this. They thought, no, they're committing, but nobody actually pushed through the actual smoke. And all 3 of them go back towards A. Exact same setup, 1 by Trace, 1 by Heaven, 1 on site.
PK though already set up back into positions like no one even moved a muscle. It'd be tough, but Physic finds Eldris.
Up down. We just wallbang instead, but VNS? I threw the smoke. It's about 10 different seconds. They have to do this. Frosty in a little cheese angle ensures the spike can't be planted. And what was seeming to be an unfortunate round and one where Soar goes up to 11, PKA found the clutch.
Let's go. Oh man, I felt like we were looking at a game a little bit of like hide and seek or maybe tag, you know. Oh, let's go on to the B site. Oh, there's a judge over there. Maybe not. Okay, let's go back. And yeah, I mean, the Knights, well, as soon as they realized, it was like, wait a second, this is not good. They just hightailed it and got right back into their positions. Apathy got so aggressive, got a couple of knives into Oxy, but not enough to secure the kill there.
Some tactics out the shield, and with the kill not being secured, Oxy still managed to find one back. Ready Savage going down is top for Soar. And Empathy going down is even tougher, but they managed to take out the Yop. It's still just 1 left.
Wow.
And that was one of the fastest rounds we've had.
Yep. All right, they're starting to speedrun it. They're trying to get the new world record on how fast they can do a round there. Soar just really aggressive with it. Did not work out at all, and now we are going to be seeing them get a little bit of a timeout here. 10-9 thus far. Oh boy, oh my. It was looking pretty good for Soar on their defense, and unfortunately it's starting to fall apart a little bit more, but I really do think that mid presence would really help Soar out. I think a lot of how we are seeing this PKA defense get set up Mid could really just negate a lot of the utility. We're constantly seeing players pushed up on A, constantly seeing them just set up on B as well, kind of pushed up. Taking that mid presence would just completely negate it, and we'd see a lot more of that sandwiching that we've had so often. But obviously, pushing into tree, a little bit of a tough time, especially too with the paint shell so readily available. A lot of stall utility coming out from PKA makes it a lot more difficult, but, you know, they got to change something up here because, you know, PKA are starting to run away with things a little bit, Ravish.
They manage to leg down the law so often. You mentioned that ascent on defense is a specialty. It's tried and true method. This is how they actually knocked back Dark Zero as well. Coming back from a 9-3, getting 10 rounds. And even now, they've managed to secure 5. More than enough. On round away from making it even. But this is the finals right now as well, Marks.
Oh yeah. PKA also have quite a bit of utility ultimates to work off of. They tend to be more engagement tools, but the Nightfall could still be good, especially paired with that Showstopper. People can't hear when you get hit with Nightfall. See how Sora want to play this. Zeldris holding it really close there. Could catch Empathy off guard. That's not what you want to see if you're Sora.
They closed it early on too. I was signaling that nobody might be there, but interesting. I thought they would have just leaving Zeldris for death, but he manages to reposition over the trees. As that an angle is double stack right now. It's an Asor at a bit of a loss. Gotta figure out where to go. And they decide to commit the Nightfall as well through mid. But Vic going down makes that even tougher. A jump shot. They managed to get Riku with Axie yet again with the trade. He keeps on doing it. And I would thought he would have got Randy Savage as well. But Pika's advantage, the final shot lands. Reload will be good. Randy Savage with 4 health. Talking into logs. But it's just not enough.
Whew. Oh man, I need to take a breath there. It looked like for a second Randy Savage was just about to clutch that one out, but look at this. PKA have tied things up. It's now 10-10. Looking like they're ready to take map number 2, force out that map number 3. Meanwhile, Sora, they're just kind of stuck. They haven't found anything that's really worked out for them. They're gonna all have sheriffs this time. They do have the lockdown to play off of as well. They just have to be careful. The fragment, the paint shells could take that one out, so I wonder if they're going to play off of this, play a little bit more explosively, or slow things down and try and see what fits better. Look for a couple of picks first, because they're running out of options here, Ravish, and PKA are looking to solidify their win.
They're losing way too much on these entries.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time they look to pop in, they lose like 3 people, and it's like, okay, cool, let's play 3v2 again, I guess. Like, even right now, you lost 1. Lose a spray. That can't be happening if you're the attacking side. And there has to be some way. Oh, that's nice. But there has to be some way that you're finding angles that you're not just dying every single time, whether it be through smoke or more. You know, Sora's specialties have been these saves. They're pretty sorry. You go kind of hard. And right now they got lockdown available as well, and Odin now too.
Oh, but the Showstopper could be huge. Frosty looking around.
Chops it. Oh! Alongside, Zeldris does enough damage, clears out Boathouse. I think it's diffused. Makes the only one left, which is the Paranoia. He can't even stop this. And Paranoia back.
I see what you did. I'm going to innovate on that idea and have friends to help me out alongside it. Just like that, PKA in the lead. They've got that Sewer to Force online, but still the lockdown in Sora's utility pocket here. Riku should not be able to get away with that early pick. Randy Savage doing a really good job of trying to keep this one alive. Finds a couple of headshots there. Honestly, I think that they were planning on using the lockdown, but Frosty with the Showstopper, it's just such big damage. And as a result, can't even use the lockdown. So, good job being able to shut that round down. This is going to be the one. This is going to be the determining round, because if we see Sword Gaming lose this, PKA are going to put them into a save on game point. Sorry, map point.
Yeah.
They got to be able to win this next round. tie it up, and then potentially secure a round, because PKA have won plenty that even if they lose this next round, they're still going to be able to buy up. This is all in Soar's court. And so they got to play the game now, and they got to put everything that they have into it. It might be an expensive round, but still the win is going to be crucial to make sure that they are able to carry his rifles into the next round. You don't want to be walking into this already couple dollars down. So this is going to be interesting, but honestly, right now it does feel like PKA should be able to win this one out and force out that map number 3, Ravish, despite Soar's best efforts.
A crucial swing round for both these teams. One that can accurately determine the fate of the final or let us know what we're doing for the next hour. It all comes down to this once again. A tech paw stands in the way for allowing us to know, hey, is Soar gonna maybe clutch this out? But to do so, you gotta find a way of dealing with this off first, man.
Yeah.
Oxy's is doing the most.
Yeah. 22 kills.
And yeah, makes sense. Because now with the op in his hand as well, he has enough to buy 2 more ops if he wanted to.
The more ops, the better.
Exactly. And they set up an A. Oh, it's a complete rush. Don't catches one. Zeldris is down. The peek out is good. The Ines is even better with the 2K trade. One that likely shouldn't have happened. As I said it before, I'll say it again. They lose so much on these entries. The PK aren't even worried about this. And the 3 stacked up all towards heaven. Not allowed for the drop down. Oxy's gone though. They do get the tag on the empathy. It's more than enough, but they're both down towards hell. Rossi peeks out. Nade not there. He's gone. Riku with a 1v1 and Soar clutch it.
Oh man, I was so nervous there for a second. That's the aggression that they kind of needed to play off of, and you're right. These entries are just so expensive for them. DNS, such good spray transfer there. And on top of that too, they lost their Killjoy going in. I think Killjoy is one of the agents you have to keep alive, especially in these post plants. Otherwise, it's always going to be a little bit more dicey. Those swarm grenades, yeah, sure, you know, you can stall out the defuse for a little bit of time, but also too are really just good zoning tools if you want to go down that route as well. So a great round coming out from Soar. They even things up. And to Oxy, a little close by with the operator. Can't rendezvous away, but still is going to be holding that angle.
The angle now though, being forced away at least. Now the lockdown alongside that all command. Like this is a 5v5 episode of Maidens. We aren't the disciple and get stopped by the entrance. They have to yet again deal with Oxy, man. This just does too much. Even empathy falls to get the res back. Make it a 4v3. Okay, this is suddenly doable. The shadow's still available. The op's still in their hands. Oxy decides to switch up though. And shoots out the dart. But look at this. They have the right corner. Can they get him? He barely manages to tuck in. No! A centimeter. What? Manages to catch him. And Soar are now on match point. The pause completely changed everything up.
Is this the same team? Did they do a little bit of a bait and switch here? Like, oh, hey, you guys go out? Or did they just decide to turn on the win switch? I'm not too sure what happened for Soar. But yeah, like you said, really good stuff coming out there. They used all of their ultimates, just made sure that they were going to win that one out. It was a little bit messy. I would have liked to see them a little bit more aggressive off of the lockdown because the spike didn't go down. But I think that just shows how much respect they have for Oxy. Oxy going to be using the Tour de Force now. This is do or die for PKA. They could force out this overtime, or they could fall right now and get eliminated, coming only second place in this tournament.
But that yet again is what has been their absolute kryptonite. Oxy not being forced away from the initial angle. They now literally stop as well. Look at the back. Oh, just the unfortunate timing. The beam is just cut. Marks, we're going to overtime. I'm calling it right now. We're going to OT, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, we are.
We're going to OT in the finals.
Whew. Map number 2, too.
Switching
2-2. But yeah, okay. Overtime. Here we go. Let's see how this goes. Soar definitely a lot better on their defense than their offense. still, they need to win 2 in a row. I think that whichever team can win the offense round, are going to be setting themselves up for success here, Ravish. But man, look at the kills coming in from the Knights Academy. Oxy with 25, Frosty with 22. Every single time they try to push in on one of these sites, doesn't matter. Oxy's there, able to shut Soar down, and I think that Soar are feeling a little scared of the boogeyman right now. His name is Oxy. LFT, by the way. So, here we go. Soar playing the defense. That Killjoy is going to do an excellent job of forcing PKA to kind of play to their own tune. Still, let's see how they want to take this. That A site looks the most appealing just given the utility setup, unless Frosty gets a lot of room on mid.
It is, like many overtime, it's going to come down to whoever wins their attacking half. Just straight up. Because both these sides' defenses have been so good and really ironclad. We'll have to see what shapes up. Oh, that was close from there as well. I thought it might have been just complete 2-0, but Oxy going down manages rendezvous away. On the other side, it just becomes a 1-for-1 as we zoom over to see it complete.
Run, my
rotate
minions,
over.
run.
Shout out to our observers, by the way, WeFlight, Edipu, and of course Zilv as well, doing their thing.
Oh
but
no.
Apathy finds them on the other side. Look at the 3v1. It does enough. Now it's up to Frost to see his POV right up above. But I don't know what more he can do here, man. Because, like I said, it's going to come down to the attacking halves.
Yep.
And PK, as of right now, are unfortunately not set to do so. Oh, he gets tagged. This is so doomed right now, bro. It's actually so chalked. Okay. Yep.
So chalked. I haven't heard that one before.
What?
So
Did you
chalked?
learn?
No, I've never heard that before.
It's so chalked, yeah.
Bro. Okay, well, good stuff coming out from Sora. I think that Apathy just doing a really good job of holding down mid control, able to catch them on the rotation. Says, oh, you're running over there? Not today. Actually, you're just going to be face planted onto the ground. Reminding me of when I tried to run track back when I was in grade 6. Not a great time. But still, you know, PKA, they have to win this next defensive round. Just a little bit of childhood trauma. It's cool. But Soar, if they win this attacking round, then they're going to shut this one out. And it was a very dominant defense there. So let's see how they want to do this. PKA have done a really good job of shutting Soar down, especially as they try to enter in on the site. They make it so expensive for them, and they don't get too much information. So let's see how this one shakes out. It's a mid hit into market.
Very much shot away, but maybe watch out for Roxy so far. 1-for-1 yet again. As he managed to move with the pizza. But look at where everybody is. Oxy does not have the op this time, but Bones is gone. And not much. I was going to say cover there, but it's still enough as Zeldris goes away. It's 3v3. He pops up and he gets dropped into the ground by Frosty with the classic. Okay, so that's a 2, but look at the health bars of PKA. The quiet look, but body shots could do them in. It's gonna have to come down to that though. 6 bullets remaining on Oxy. Becomes a 1v1. He's stuck at the back of the site. Randy Savage is donezo. Double OT.
Yeah. PKA, that was a really good retake. For a second there, I thought jet flying around was enough to really make Sword just lose. I mean, yeah, like if the pick did happen onto Frosty, I think that would have gone completely in the opposite direction. However, wasn't able to do so. The classic came out, you know, flew up, didn't get pinged up by a lot of that utility, and the rest was more or less history, just leaving the 2 members in the back. It would have, if the pick happened onto the race, there would have been so much pressure from market that you know PK would have had a really tough time trying to move in onto the site, but they're able to do so, and just like that, we're going to be going to double OT. Like you said, Ravish, great point. Both these teams a lot better on the defense than the offense on Ascent. We've seen so many cheeky kills left, right, and center, but still, something has to give eventually. And I'm wondering which team is going to start trying out new tactics and stuff like that. Because traditionally, I'm going to be honest, when we've seen these 2 teams try something new, try something creative, it has not really worked out for them too well. And I'm a little bit worried that that's going to be the downfall of one of these teams.
Well, disagree, because when Soar got and tried something new, it actually worked out for them.
Fair.
If you remember, back to timeout right near the end, right? So with that working out, so that's clutch. But as of the current status that we have, Source will have their timeout, and I do wonder if they take it. He decided, they want to innovate. They know that the attacking half is what's going to decide it, is what's going to really shape up everything that they want to get done here. Then I think clears out trees, and a full push down mid with 4 stacked. And they managed to take control over all of that. And a very similar approach that we've seen before is super aggressive, but it makes it a 5v5, and they don't lose anybody on the entry. That's the biggest thing that we've seen so far about Unsavage going down in Boathouse. It's tragic with Soar, Physic also taken away, or I should say Soar now, are falling one after the next. And a 3v5 as of right now. This fast push through mid works out beautifully. Apathy has to be careful, doesn't match the spot bursting down by logs. It's just down to Vic and Bones. And they won't get anything more. The adaptation is working, Marks. We might be going to map 3.
Oh boy, okay. Confirmed. PKA, it was Steve Jobs of Valorant. They decided to innovate, change the game, change the scene, and that offense was clean. You win, Ravish. You were completely right. These new strategies were able to just work out for that.
I usually win.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Either way, Rise of right now, Soar are not taking the time out, is to be noted. And we have to really pay attention to how they attack. They need to win this. This is it. It's a final countdown.
But yeah, Soar, if they drop this one, map 3, inbound, you know they want to just close it. Get that 2-0 finals. Able to shut out the guard, win the finals 2-0. Sounds pretty good to me. A very fast attack on here, but Oxy in the back of sight goes, but gets traded out. Now they just got to deal with Riku. Oh! And Soar's looking pretty good.
I've seen this before. This exact same push. And out 3 coming from PKA. That's the biggest thing. But you gotta remember, PKA lost to nobody entering out of the site. It's still there. That's about to come up, but Vic is gone. All the sites been cleared out. Just up to Physic. They still got Ready Savage using that util and attack of VNS. They get 3 from Physic, clutching the round. Triple OT.
Oh man. Okay. Well, if PKA are the Steve Jobs of Valorant, apparently Soar is.
Look at that Soar timeout.
Yeah. There we go. Now we're seeing the Soar timeout. Who's another innovator in the tech space? None is really coming to mind right now, but still, you know, they just saw what they did and they said, "Oh, we kind of like what you're doing. Let's run it back and just do the exact same thing." And this
is innovative tech space.
This time, Knights just wasn't able to find anything.
My homie has a startup. She's an innovator in the tech space. There you go.
Yes, that's who Soar Gaming is. Thanks for that one, Ravish.
You know that guy that made Spotify? That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of innovators in the tech space, honestly, especially in the year 2022. But yeah, tactical timeout coming in from Soar. You know, we said whoever was able to first win the offensive round, it would go their way. It turns out both of these teams just were able to get it. Curious how this is gonna go. I think that, you know, all bets are off at this point. It could go either way. Oh, who knows what's gonna happen, Ravish? I'm genuinely curious if they're gonna stick to trying similar attacks, or if they're gonna be trying to change things up a little bit more. See if they can stick to some of these unconventional strategies. They worked out before, maybe they can work out again. But then if they start to adapt to each other, then doing something a little bit more classic would be preferred. So it's, oh man, the chess mind games are clearly at play right now.
14-14. Continues forward. Will PKA clutch out this attacking half? As a change of what we saw previously. Instead of going through mid through A, but Apathy getting Riku is something that I find I've said it so often, it just feels like it's not words anymore. But Zelda's going down is unfortunate. Slow by the end of it, Oxy managed to clear it up. Might just be enough. The flashlight goes out. Catches nobody, but VNS still there. Picks up the corner ready. Savage alongside his homie. They dap everybody up on site. They said, cut. You don't want to know more.
Oh man. Okay. Soar, doing a really good job of doing it. It seems like this time they were like, listen, the B side hit worked out fantastically. We got to do that again, except this time we're going to go on to the A side. And well, didn't quite work out. Obviously, we've seen pretty consistently Soar holding that tree defense extremely well. I think that PKA just kind of fell into that trap. Still though, look at this. Oxy and Frosty, 29 and 28 kills. Ridiculous. And now Soar just have to win this offense. And they're going to take this series home 2-0. Let's see what they can do. Looks like they're setting up for an A-side hit this time. But aggressive defense from Knights coming out yet again to get a lot of space. They've already put their Omen in wide. The Paranoia has always been really good every single time this position has been played.
Pay attention to VNS. With him already being out and wide, the Paranoia goes out. Empathy is dead. And that should be true. Vic wins. No way. He says, yo, I don't drink wine, so sip on this. But still 1-for-1, the empathy being gone is unfortunate, but they'll lose the entry. Now they have to adapt in a big way on how they are to be able to go A. Was commonly you can try to move into trees. Nobody is there either. Because Oxy has moved all the way over into spawn. And did exactly that, Marks.
And they've completely slowed down the pace here, so PAA aren't sure what is going on. Randy Savage on this flank, though, could be massive.
No shot. No shot.
This is it. They're moving in.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Zeldris gets zealous. Now with him falling, it has to be up to Frosty to try to deny this.
I don't think Frosty's going to be able to
Saw
do so.
One. Second shock dart will barely not land on top of him. And here comes the retake. It's 3v4. Spike planted, 2 on site, 2 off. And they find 1 onto Oxy. And it's easy shooting, firing ranges for Soar. And taking in 2-0 fashion up against Knights.
Let's go. Congratulations to Soar Gaming. They win it all. First, they take out the guard, and then they move on to the finals, sweeping Knights Academy 2-0. But that's not to take anything away from the Knights Academy. Honestly, I was very impressed with how the Knights Academy were playing, and it looked like for a second that they were really going to force out that map number 3. So congratulations to Soar Gaming. They take it 2-0 up against Knights Academy.
Damn. I did not at all expect it.
No.
But I knew Soar looked dominant coming into it. I knew they had a real shot of it, but Knights Academy's defense was just so tough. We mentioned before, it was going to come down to those attacking rounds. And they had it all in front of themselves, pushing us all the way into triple OT. Taking every single timeout, both sides was allowed. But it finally worked out. A heartbreaking loss for PK after going through the gauntlet of 3 map rounds. But Soar fully do deserve this win.
Absolutely, but of course, from the Knights Academy roster, Oxy as well as Frosty got 29 kills each on this last map. Unbelievable. The next highest was Vic from Soar with only 26. 3 kill difference between 2 players. Oxy and Frosty both 29, so they really tried to make that one work, but unfortunately, they just fall a little bit short. So once again, congratulations to Soar Gaming. They really deserve this win, Ravish.
Yes, they do, my friend. Amazing stuff that they had, and we'll actually get to talk to a player from Soar recently soon. So until then, we'll see who we do manage to understand and pick at their minds as to what they had. But I did not think that we'd be seeing this here right now. I did not think that this would be standing on top of the circle. But here's the thing. We know the Knights are a map 3 team.
Yeah.
So if they did push to the map 3, I firmly believe that they actually could have won that. Honestly.
Oh, you know what? Fair enough, but hey, listen, you've all been sitting here. I've been sitting here. We've been watching so many set plays, so many great people going in there. And honestly, if you want to improve your game? Well, guess what? We got something for you. Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger just after a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the whole gosh darn world. Book a live session now and make sure to use promo code STREET15 for 15% off. You'll love to see that. And hey, maybe one day you could be up here as well.
And maybe I need to sign up for Metapod, bro, because I'm bad at games. Just straight up. Let's just lay that down. I'm awful.
Ravish?
So hopefully some coaches can make me be better.
You call it as it is, and that's what I really appreciate you. You know that?
I got you, man. I just do my best. As I do have gotten word that we'll be talking to the coach of Sor, Sir Trainer himself in just a couple of seconds, but until let's talk a bit more about how good Sor are. So when he comes on, he's like, oh, hey guys, wow, thanks for saying all these nice things about us. I know we're good, right? Yeah, you guys are really good, man. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
By the way, just somebody give these guys funding, please.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we're not going to talk Sor up too much. We're actually going to throw to a quick little break here as we actually get this interview nice and set up. But we are going to be having interview from Sor coming in, and honestly I think there's going to be a lot that we can kind of talk about, just because let's not forget they shut out the guard and then they take the final 2-0, so a lot to talk about. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you just after the short break with our interview with Sor.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
welcome on back to us once again. We'll have the interview in just a little bit, but before that, let's take a quick look on what we went through together, you know, the journey and that we've all experienced with the past 2 days. Shall we, Mark? Let's look at our bracket.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just kind of looking at, especially this online qualifier, we had so many teams come in here that have been around quite a few times. But of course, you know, we had a couple big names as well. The Guard coming in for the first time, able to defeat Lenny Time version 19. And previously, Lenny Time have won this tournament before. So, you know, the Guard kind of comes in here and Soar takes out Sonic, says, very cool, let's move on. Goes up against the Guard, 2-1s the Guard. And then take the finals against Knights Academy, 2-0. Currently, though, we do have the scoreline for the other game going on for the third place match. The Guard up against Dark Zero. It's tied 1-1 on the map scores thus far. So, you know what? I think that this is really interesting. Obviously, the Guard, a pretty reputable team coming into this tournament. I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of people expected the Guard to just go all the way, make it nice, clean, easy, get in, get out. Woo! Nice, done. We can move on with their lives. But that goes to show the talent pool that is applying and honestly kind of killing it that throughout these tournaments. We've seen a lot of these names consistently popping up, whether it's the teams or the players kind of moving around. And honestly, it's all this practice that's coming together that is really just solidifying some of these teams' rosters.
And through Soar as well, I wanted to say, speaking of our rosters and talent in general, we've seen extremely talented players come up through the Soar system as well. And you see why. Like, these guys really do foster a really solid environment of just getting good teams together and being able to, you know, push out results like this. And just the fact that now we do have 1-1-1, I'm gonna say, between Dark Zero, the Guard is poetic. But what else we have is our interview as well from the winners of Soar. We do the coach. In fact, yet again, yo, how you doing, guys? My man, trainer, bro. What's going on with you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. That was a big win.
Yes, sir, it was. Now, I'm sure you're feeling absolutely fantastic. So let me go ahead and start things off with you. First and foremost, do you sleep with your closet open? Because if so, you're the bravest person I've ever met.
Yes, I do actually. I do sleep with my closet open because I don't know. I don't really, you know, I'm pretty brave. Like, I'm not scared of anything, so I'm good.
Is it the airflow that's kind of just better? Is that the move?
Nah, I'm just.
You don't have ghosts or nothing?
No, I'm chilling, bro.
Okay,
damn, well, respect.
Great stuff coming out of Soar today. You know, we got to start with you guys here in the semifinals, where we actually saw you guys go up against the Guard. And I just have to ask, when you guys were able to secure the victory, make your spot into the finals, what was it like just talking to the team, seeing their own reactions and being able to defeat the Guard 2-1?
Oh, it was great. It was great. Like, there was definitely a ton of emotions going on, like, throughout the whole, like, series, because, like, you know, people are, like, kind of at fault with, like, some mistakes, so, like, some emotions come out, and, like, I'm just there to kind of, like, chill them out and, like, kind of get the strats down that, like, I want us to run. And that was the important thing, is just keeping our emotions in check, because we had a lot of mistakes coming in because of Bones kind of, like, coming in and just, like, playing for us, you know?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. And actually, just to get a little bit more onto the Knights Arena match, sorry, not the Knights Arena, the Knights Academy match, we saw that final map go to overtime multiple times. And you know what? Knights Academy, they won that first offensive round, and there was no timeout called. Were you confident that that was going to be like, okay, we're going to be able to tie this up, force out another overtime? Or what was the feeling like in those strings of overtimes?
Yeah, 100%. I was just confident in the team. Like, they had a good, like, flow going. You know, they had a good plan. We had a good execution of it too. So I just, like, I let them roll with it, and I saved the timeout for later on.
That you did, man. Because, like, I was gonna say, one of the biggest things that I know I was impressed by y'all was the adaptation, and especially up against the Guard. I would say y'all look so well prepared, and every instance that the Guard wanted to pull, every set play they had, y'all shut that down. Was there a lot of prep going into the game, or would you say that, like, yo, that was just us, easy peasy, you know, ain't no thing?
No, 100%. I put some prep work into this, and it was, like, really important. Like, I got the vetoes down perfectly, so I was kind of able to prepare for the maps we played, and we kind of just destroyed them on Icebox too. They played extremely slow, which is like kind of weird.
I do agree, yeah, and like I find that was a trend so far, but the fact that y'all showed up and showed out today on its own is impressive. And my final question to you as well, homie, is with the roster you have right now for Soar going into it, you know, y'all been talked about a lot, but I find that your name hasn't been put in the lights just yet. So what do you want to correct about the narrative about your team? What do you want people saying when they say Soar Gaming?
I mean, I want them to know that we're 100% like top 10 contender team. Like we can definitely do a lot of damage, especially since the fact like we don't actually have like a set 5 yet this whole time. Like we have strats in place and we kind of fill people in, but right now like we're not very set and like we still look amazing, you know? We definitely have some messy rounds coming in, but like with Prac, like this could easily be cleaned up. Like we have a bunch of skill on the team, so you know, it's looking good going forward, definitely.
100%. Of course, any final shout outs you want to give out to all your adoring fans out there that are watching?
Yeah, of course. So definitely, I wanna thank Bones for coming into this tourney. We kind of showed him a few stuff, and then he kind of picked up on a lot of the stuff pretty quick and played really well. Also, Epathy had a great tourney. Randy Savage is just scary with his deagle, 100%. So that's a great thing. And then also like. I'd like to thank Vic and Physic for the IGLing. They definitely had some really good mid-round calls and some really good adaptations, and that kind of like led us to the victory. We kind of have them duo IGLing in a way on like certain maps.
Oh, that's pretty cool. But hey man, that's everything was, bro. Congrats yet again on the win, homie. Big shout out to y'all. And thank you for talking to us as well.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Take care. What a nice guy.
I know, right? It's very well spoken. That's what I took away from there. Very polite.
Yeah, and he's not scared of any closet ghost. I don't know about you, Marks, but my closet is locked with a key and bolted tight when I sleep at night. So that guy's built different. I'm just saying.
Hey, they won the tournament for a reason. Clearly, if you're not afraid of ghosts, you're on something else. So that's for sure.
Indeed, my friend. But for now, though, Marks, that'll be it from us. Big shout out to everybody in the back as well for doing their thing. Furman, Josie, T, Andy, Vplay, and Zilf. And of course, to you as well for being so handsome and cute the entire time.
You're
I
more handsome
appreciate
and
y'all.
cute. You know that.
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
And appreciate y'all for watching too. With all that, I've been Ravishing Rabbits with Ravishing Around the Internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.